In the beginning was the word, the spoken word, which sometimes provoked combat.
Hello,
Then
folks.
came the picture.
Hello, folks. Hello, folks. Ain't nobody tuning in yet, but I hope people do, 'cause I'm back. Voila. Oh no, it went away. I suck at this shit. I don't know what I'm doing. Isn't there a chat box? Oh, I don't know. Okay, let's move this back over there.
A combat picture.
I don't know. What
As
am I
man
watching?
sought to record for his fellow man the nature of his experiences and the lessons he learned. From the picture came written words. At first, a kind of artist's shorthand, the first crude attempts to create pictures with words. But the pictures made with words were often obscure. They couldn't tell the whole story, and much of their impact was lost in the translation. For centuries, then, man has relied on the universal language of pictures to document his armed conflicts. As the technology of war progressed, so did the techniques and the tools of the artist. The greatest single improvement occurred in the 1860s during the Civil War, when a revolutionary new device for recording historic events was introduced: the camera. There was no nonsense, no romantic inaccuracy about the camera. It captured exactly what it saw, with sometimes appalling reality. And as the equipment and the techniques improved, photography became an increasingly vital source of historic reference, military strategy, and public information. The invention of motion pictures added a new dimension. 1914, on the Western Front. The combat cameraman established himself as an indispensable member of the military team.
Where'd I put my phone?
World War II was documented by 50 million feet of incomparable combat footage. The end of World War II marked the beginning of a new assault. In the vanguard of the burgeoning jet age, sleek new aircraft were already smashing through the sound barrier. New speeds and performance levels required more sophisticated weapons, radio and radar systems. And once again, as in the past, the advances in the technology of war required corresponding advances in the tools and techniques of war's documentation. This is the story of how a serious technological gap was closed in Southeast Asia when U.S. Air Force combat photography took up the challenge and gave a new look to the age-old language of pictures, and in color.
I am live. Alrighty, alrighty, alrighty. Well, I was hoping there'd be more people to show up, but what do I expect? I make a channel and disappear for 4 years and don't make any content and expect people to show up out of nowhere. Come on, I'm not stupid or nothing. I know better. So I'm just gonna start watching videos and just react to stuff, and I hope I don't step on no toes. But I was watching this video
way they depict black women in
because when I saw One Battle After Another, that was a movie I was really hyped for. And then when I watched it, I enjoyed it, but I don't know, something didn't sit right with me, and I couldn't exactly put my finger on why. You know, it just something about the presentation of the characters, the way the story went, and uh how the trailers presented, you know, what this film was going to be about. And, you know, normally like what I do with trailers is I only watch them once or not at all. So I will get, if I do watch that trailer, I kind of get an idea of what the movie's going to be, and I just kind of block out everything. But that's still kind of like a bias, you know? But when I saw Leo throwing up the hands saying Viva la Revolution, I was like, okay, okay, here we go. Here's some impactful cinema coming, you know? Just so much slop, so much like corporate, just repetitive corporate, I don't know. Like so many movies where I just don't care. I don't care. I don't care about what's going on. Like, what does it matter to me? You know? Like there's this new movie coming out with Robert Pattinson and what's her face? Zendaya, called The Drama. And maybe I'm thinking a little too big picture here, but I'm just like, who cares, man? Who cares? Who cares? They got drama. I don't give a shit. Who cares? But One Battle After Another, I was excited for it. I liked it. Like it's a good movie technically, and that's what he was talking about here. It's a good movie technically. It's very well made. It's fun to watch. It's exciting. It's exhilarating. But something didn't sit right with me. I didn't like the presentation of the the resistance group, the revolutionary group. Like I didn't really understand what the motivation was. I didn't really understand what the hell she was doing in the bathroom with the weird comb guy. You know, I don't understand that at all. But let's hear what FD has to say.
revolutionary action. And this came out the day Assata Shakur died. And I have to put my whole tap hat on.
I should probably like recap what he said so far.
His ass whooped.
Oh, this was great. This was great.
Oh no, Paul Thomas Anderson needs his ass whooped. I'm sorry. Paul Thomas Anderson needs his ass whooped. Whooped for what he did in this movie. And I'm just so thrown. And I haven't heard any other black people talk about this movie yet. So let me be clear. So let me not get off track. I promise we're gonna do a lot of chatting back and forth chat today because I don't have a lot to say. But I just wanted to get some shit off my chest. I'm looking forward to people at Black Liberation Media and Dr. Jared Ball at Mixwell like talk about this movie, because if there ever was a movie that fit into like media counterinsurgency, is probably this one.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the
Like when you watch the trailer, at least the first trailer that I saw, you know, and given if you're not living under a rock, given the political environment recently, even within the last 4 years, you see Leo holding up a rifle saying "Viva la Revolution." You're like, okay, let's go. And then when you watch the movie, and it's almost like a Japanese anime where the second you get the power to do something, everyone's like, no, 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 hold on, no, 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 no.
amount of fuckery that this movie has in it politically.
Right, right. So you watch the trailers, you think it's trying to say something, but I don't feel like it. I couldn't feel like it was saying anything really. And my initial, like, after having seen it the first time, I was just like, okay, so this has something to do with power, power dynamics, I think, and how power can easily shift between one or the other based on whether we're doing this by force or whether doing this by knowledge. Like, you have some information over me. That was the most I picked up from it. The political aspect of the film is more just like a costume. It's like a setting. It's almost it's more so the setting, the genre, the style, the aesthetic. It's not really about the politics in the same way. uh Similarly, that Civil War and Alex Garland's Civil War is not really about the politics, and it's more about, in my opinion, a war photographer who's it's more about the media being like, you know, I forgot the term I was using at the time when I had seen this movie. Like, they love the war, you know? They want to take pictures of it and not glorify it, but I forgot the term. Look at FT so much. Okay, I'll stop.
Is bananas. Um, I thought about walking out about 15 minutes into the movie. I thought about walking out. It was thematically violent. Um, some of the things that happened in the first 15 minutes of the movie were so gross that I almost, like, in my head I was like, I don't want my wife to experience this, because, and this is, I don't know how to even engage with how to redress this with Tiana Taylor and the young sister, I don't know her name, and oh, what's the other girl's name? Regina Hall or Regina King.
There's like either fireworks going on outside my
Uh,
house, not near my house, but
the way they did
either
black women in this
fireworks
movie,
or gunshots.
I cannot believe. I just cannot believe in
Oh,
2025
Florida.
that I watched a movie with the word jungle pussy used multiple times in the first 15 minutes.
Dude, the opening of this movie, I wonder, is it on YouTube? Oh, don't look at that. Don't look at that. Come on, man. What is it? What is it? What is it? One battle after another. Bathroom scene. I'm gonna get banned for this. This movie was so wild, man. And in just like ways where I'm just like, why? Why? Oh. This music. Yeah, but I'm gonna get cooked if I play this. She says, "Get up."
Free choices and free from fucking fear.
I'm with her. I'm with them.
Now.
Right? And then she takes him. Spoilers, by the way. Spoilers if you haven't seen one battle after another. Okay? Spoilers for the opening. But, like, she takes him into the room, into the bathroom, and she starts doing stuff with him. Look at this man. Oh. I heard something. I keep hearing, like, some fireworks going off in the background. Literally every time I put my headphones back on. Hope that's fireworks. I mean, we're pretty close to New Year's. It's gotta be fireworks. God, I love hearing like explosive rounds just outside my house. I mean, it could totally be fireworks. But how the hell do I know?
So the movie itself as a film is great. Right. People are like, what? Yes.
No, yeah,
The movie itself as
it's a good movie. It's entertaining, you know? It hooks you. All the acting is great. I mean, there's a scene, right? I'm gonna go to the trailer. This single scene in the trailer is the whole reason I was actually hyped to see this film. Like actually, you know, like one single scene was like floored me. And I was like, because I don't know, it just gives such a feeling. Let me see. Okay, yeah. This is, by the way, not the trailer. I forgot Leo dropped this trailer. I forgot that. Okay.
And you look so lost. What are you gonna do about this baby?
You know what freedom is?
What?
It's talking about freedom, saying Viva la Revolution. Like, I'm getting hyped.
No fear. Go.
Like, got images of protests, giving me this road is giving me like what's that Coen Brothers film? What's that Coen Brothers movie with Anton Chigurh? I keep hearing explosions outside, so if you hear me freeze up, it's because I keep hearing outside. Okay. I'm getting so stun locked right now. No Country for Old Men. God, that took me forever. This reminds me of No Country for Old Men.
Fucking World War III out there!
This scene right here, bro. This scene right here is what got me to watch this movie. The look in her eye. Like, let me explain to you what this look feels like to me. Okay? Now, I don't mean to get political with the political movie. But when I watch the video of that ICE agent shooting that innocent mother just for protesting, basically, First Amendment right, or whichever amendment, fourth, first. I don't do well with numbers. That's the anger. That right there. And it's not because of this specific incident. All of them. All of them. The Venezuela thing. Everything. As it piles up and piles up, and you keep bearing it and bearing it and bearing it and hoping it's a new year. Things are going to get better. It's a new year. Things are going to get better. We complain. We make our voices heard, and we make our voices heard. Things have to get better. And then when they don't, that's how I feel. That's how I feel. You know? Yeah, they're blasting fireworks. I don't know what holiday it is, but it's Florida, so, you know, motherfuckers will just blast fireworks for anything. And this face, I've seen this face before. I've seen it once before. Excuse my stupid slow internet. Oh my god, I'm streaming. I'm streaming to 2 people. What am I looking for? Oh yeah, GCS. Was it this one?
We're still like in the middle of things.
Okay.
And like I told you before, you shed so much light on Eric that we haven't gotten from a lot of people. And this will be like our only opportunity.
And the closet response is like me.
Correct. Okay. Very nice.
Here. In fact,
Paired with no.
through a chair,
There's like a part where
Right?
they show like the,
Yes.
the
he would
daughter.
scream at you.
Oh, there.
Ballet. I enjoy gardening, baking.
This lady meets this right-wing hog guy, whatever, 10 years older than her. She's, I think, Eastern European descent. She starts a ballet company. Doesn't really work out. The two have 2 kids, then divorce. She kills him. She kills him for no reason. Just because she's jealous. We know the story. Okay? And this is her trying to... It's so crazy because she looks like that lady from The Office. What's the one who's basically like one of the main characters? I forget. I can't remember her name. She's like the white blonde lady. She almost looks like her, like Amy Adams almost. I know those are 2 different people, but it's like the same archetype of woman. Oh God, that's probably gonna be. Okay, we're moving on. She killed her husband, or rather, not her husband, her ex. She killed somebody, okay? She killed somebody. Now, this is going to be the daughter of the person she killed. This is who we're going to see.
Cooking. Most importantly, I'm a mom.
I want to ask you about...
Bro. Look at this look, man. How do I get over there? Look at that look. That's hate. That's hate. That's hard. How do I put this back? Okay. Like when I first watched this video and it cut to this clip, like I felt that in my bones. In the same way. It's the same look. Look at that. Look at that. It's like generational rage. I don't know. Like when you've seen too much, when you know too much, or you've been through too much. That's why I was excited, you know? And then this was also giving me, you know, Ari Aster's Midsummer. There's that scene where the two grandparents, you know, they, you know. But it looks like it reminded, I don't know. I have this issue where anytime I see something that looks slightly resembling anything else, I go, "Ooh," like the Leo clip from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Oh. Okay, back to the. I really am
Film is
so
amazing.
interested in this.
I got like a fitness watch. My fitness watch thinks I was exercising for the last 3 hours. It has my calories at it has me at 10,000 steps.
Watch
4,000 calories burned.
None of the audio is working.
Because as a film, as a technical piece of film, it is an amazing piece of film. It's really good in that regard. But I only made it through the whole thing because I had to see if they were going to try to redeem the gross shit that happens in this movie in the first 20 minutes. I hope I'm not the last person to speak on it. I know Khadijah just retired and we ain't heard from Kim and T and a couple other folks in a minute. I'm hopefully Olay will do a panel on it. And maybe I'm tripping. Excuse me. Maybe I'm seeing things that other Black films will not see. But the shit, the way they depict Black women in revolutionary action, and this came out the day Assad Shakur died, and I have to put my Hotep hat on. I have to put my Hotep hat on.
Like the whole revolutionary movement was just so whack. It was so weird.
That just feels like too much
like
psychological.
In the trailer, when the guy in the skateboard comes by and he goes, "World War III, man," you know, I'm thinking, oh, it's just a trailer scene. You know, they're trying to build up hype. You know, in the same way that like the Civil War trailer tried to make it seem like it was this big action epic. You know. But then you watch it in the movie and it's still there and it hits the same way it does in the trailer and you're like, oh, okay, it's a little corny. It doesn't feel real. And you know how like when you watch Goodfellas, all the mobsters feel like real mobsters, you know? They all feel like they could be real or are based off of literal real people. Whereas these feel like caricatures. They don't feel like real people. They feel designed for the purpose of telling this specific story. And I don't know, when a story's written like that, for me, it's almost as if fate has already spun its web for these characters. And so, like, I don't know. I have a very weird way of thinking about like movies and how like they're supposed not the how they're supposed to, but how do I describe this? I'm losing my train of thought. Why don't I just play the video?
Warfare. That they would come out with this movie that depicts Black women revolutionary activity in such a gross and demeaning way.
Yes, yes, okay, yes. Like no one's saying that this person, you know, who these who are portrayed in in this film, the characters portrayed in this film, the Black women, no one's saying that they aren't real people or they couldn't be real people. But it's also like time and place, man. Like is this really the time and place to be making a movie with characters like these? It just felt so out of place and out of touch, and like I don't know, from a white guy coming from a white guy named Paul Thomas Anderson, with the lead role being that one guy who only dates women under 25. I mean, I know I'm sounding like the most woke libtard in the world right now, but it just, I don't know, man. Just didn't sit right.
I'm just kind of still shocked. I'm shocked that in 2025 a white director would play with Black women the way he just did. I'm gonna just spoil this shit because I don't give a fuck, because I hope nobody watches it. So in the movie, Leonardo DiCaprio and Tiana Taylor and a bunch of other folks are revolutionaries, and they're starting some type of unilateral guerrilla warfare type situation. And they're just doing kind of, you know.
For what? Based on memory? I don't remember. Now, I don't know. Let me just see if, like, when I look at the Wikipedia. My slow ass internet. Come on now. Get in there. More fireworks. More fireworks. Okay. Wide. Turn this off. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Comedy. What was I even looking for again? I forgot I could do that. Far left revolutionary group, the French 75. Okay. I don't remember that. While breaking out detained immigrants from Haute Mesa Detention Center. That's right. I remember them doing that. Perfidia sexually humiliates the commanding officer. Is that what she was doing? Is that Is that what she was doing? Because it didn't feel like he felt humiliated. I don't know if you can humiliate somebody who has, like, no shame. Their only sense of shame comes from them wanting to still maintain status in this in-group they're clearly not a part of. And, like, all it really does is not only get her pregnant, but make him, like, psychosexually attached to her, like, obsessed with her. It like, I feel like it backfired way more than it did. I wanna say any good, but I mean, come on, what good is R-wording someone? Come on now. It's just like, what are we doing, man? What are we doing? How are we gonna lead the revolution? How are we gonna lead the revolution if our revolutionaries are the ones doing the same kind of petty tactics that, you know, our supposed ideological enemies are doing? You know, you gotta be better than that. That's the fight. That's the struggle. I don't know, maybe this whole washed up revolutionary. Dude, maybe this whole washed up revolutionary is like PTA being a butthurt like lib who, you know, was a vote blue no matter who kind of Kamala supporter and got burned by the far left and the far right for being stupid enough to support the Democrats, but also not being stupid enough to support Donald Trump. But that's I'm speculating. I'm speculating. I haven't done any research into that. I don't know anything about PTA. I mean, you know, about his personal political opinions. What the hell do I know? I'm just talking out my ass.
They prison space, and you know, doing all this stuff. In the first 5 minutes, Tiana Taylor is in a room with Sean Penn, and Sean Penn immediately makes like a suggestive face at her, calls her a sexy mama, something like that. And then Tiana Taylor tells him to get it up. So at gunpoint, Tiana Taylor forces Sean Penn's character to arouse himself. And this is a real line from the movie, by the way. No, she didn't shoot him. She didn't shoot him. No. She made him walk around with an erection, yada yada yada.
It was a real like, huh? You know, the cat that goes, huh? I'm like, what? Where are we going with this? Where are we going with this, PTA? You know, I really haven't seen. I really haven't seen. How many movies of his have I seen? Did I say that wrong? How about the Galati Film Company? Yes. Paul Thomas Anderson. Yes. Oh, that. Yeah. Okay. There Will Be Blood. I'm not disabling it. Hard Eight. I did not see. Boogie Nights. I've seen. I've Magnolia. I did watch that. Punch Drunk Love. I did not finish that movie. There Will Be Blood. Oh, I love that one. The Master. It's another one I couldn't finish. Inherent Vice. I heard it wasn't worth it. Phantom Thread. Haven't watched it. Licorice Pizza. I tried to and got bored halfway through. Okay. I think earlier in the stream I was talking about movies where, like, why am I supposed to care about these characters? This is one of those movies where it's just like, why do I give a shit? None of them are as charismatic enough for me, the actors are as charismatic enough for me to, I don't know, what's it called when wolves latch on to someone? Imprint. I can't imprint on any of these people. They're not really entertaining for me. It's kind of cringe. A lot of it's really cringe. You know, and I don't know, if I really wanted an accurate movie from like the 70s in terms of its aesthetics, I could go watch Zodiac. You know, the new Marty Supreme really nailed the time period. Oh my god. Dude, Marty Supreme was so well shot. So well shot. It was so well shot, man. There's like certain scenes in Marty Supreme where it's like during the spoilers for Marty Supreme. It's during the ping pong tournament when I believe he's in France or the UK. I forget where he's at. Might be London. But it's the montage of the ping pong tournament. And there's like a dolly shot that also does like this. It's doing the zoom out thing. It's zooming out while it's also tilting and the camera's moving sideways. And there's like rows and rows and rows and tables of people playing ping pong and like the referees. And they start to parallax, you know? Cuz like they're kind of like this as the camera starts, and then as the camera keeps moving, you know, they start to separate like that. Kinda. I don't know. It was really cool, and I was just like, what? It was so good, except for the story. Marty Supreme is a real Red Dead Redemption 2 for me. Beautiful. Love how it looks. Love how it plays. Love playing it. Love looking at it. Love hearing it. But as a whole, as a narrative piece, eh. Not my cup of tea. Not my cup of tea. But that's I'm not even gonna get into that.
She then gets in the car, and the dialogue between her and another black woman, the black woman characters, is only known as Jungle Pussy. That is her name in the movie. I don't think she had another name. So she, Leonardo DiCaprio's character, and Jungle Pussy are in the car with someone else. And she's like, "You think he like white girls? Oh, I think he like white girls. You like white girls?" And I'm like,
Leonardo DiCaprio as Ghetto Pat Calhoun. What? Lady Champagne as Perfidia. What? Jungle Pussy. There we go. Oh my god. Who is this? Wait. Oh wait, no, cuz her name is Jungle Pussy. Wait.
And so initially I'm like, maybe this is just going to be some over the top wild shit, right? Then
I don't need to look that up.
maybe 5 minutes later is this scene, is this scene with this line. No. 5 minutes later, Leonardo DiCaprio's character is trying to show her how to do a bomb, and she is so aroused by this that she starts essentially humping him while he's putting a bomb, showing her how to put a bomb together or something. And so I'm like, okay, we get it. She is this revolutionary action that she's participating in is also like a thrill seeking thing. I can work with that. We get it. But Paul Thomas Anderson felt like we didn't get it. Paul Thomas Anderson felt like we didn't get it. So Paul Thomas Anderson has essentially this same scenario repeated ad nauseum for like 10, 15 minutes straight. And then at a certain point, Sean Penn's character, the Fed, doesn't capture her, but like catches her in the middle of some bombing type shit. And instead of turning her over, it's basically like, come fuck with me and I'll let you go. Come fuck with me and I won't say shit about, I don't care nothing about. He said something like, I don't care how many things you blow up. I don't care what you do, as long as you meet me at this hotel room. So 5 minutes after being all over Leonardo DiCaprio, she's now also fucking Sean Penn's character in some BDSM shit. And I'm almost okay with that because, like, okay, the conservative white men fetishize black women. There's a whole industry of conservative white men being domed by black women, sex workers. Some power play shit. All right? But they just keep going.
Yeah, and it doesn't even feel like they're trying to explore that anyways. Like I said earlier, it only, it just feels like he's exploring the dynamics of power and trying to role reversal and subvert power dynamics, and in a sense play with them as if the setting and characters were a sandbox. Because, like, I don't know what this film says or means to Paul Thomas Anderson. Whereas, like, I haven't even seen Phantom Thread, and I feel like that means something more to him than this does. Maybe I'm wrong. Like, what I can usually, like, tell when a good filmmaker is trying to say something. I can tell what it is, or I can analyze it in my own way. Like from Boogie Nights, what I get from Boogie Nights is I go, oh, this dude really loves Scorsese. He really, really loves Scorsese. And for some reason, antique porn, vintage porn. He loves vintage porn for some reason. I'm joking, but I do this thing where I always have to sit on one of my feet. I don't know why. It isn't even good for your posture or anything, because 30 minutes or an hour of this, my knee is gonna hurt. I don't know what I'm doing.
So, thank you. Hey, Gia, you got it. Where you go, Gia? Not only are black women whores in this movie, but they're unfit to lead because literally their vaginas control their brains. Literally, that is essentially the messaging at the beginning. So she gets pregnant. We found out,
but I just I don't understand. Pat and Perfidia become lovers. Why? You know, like, it feels more like you're going out of your way to justify something that more than likely isn't true. And, you know, like if you were to make such a, I don't know, it just feels wrong, man. I don't, and it felt so out of left field. I'm like, what is this? This feels like something like the dude who made Irreversible would have done, you know? Like, this crazy, man.
Out eventually that the baby is actually Sean Penn's baby, which I feel like you could probably figure out after not too long. It wasn't hard to figure out, so spoiler alert, but I don't give a fuck. Don't go watch this. So she gets pregnant, she has the baby, and she abandons Leonardo DiCaprio and the baby because she's also unfit to be a mother.
Yeah, and then I was just like, oh, I get it. You know, like how it's always the black father's never there, you know? Black fathers are never there for their children. So look, I'm going to subvert it by making it the black mother not being there, and it's the white dad who's got to take care of the kid. Come on, brother. What are we doing? Like, what? 2025? And this is what we're doing? You know, we're doing like reverse, not reverse racism, but it's like, what if racism in the world was actually reversed? And, you know, I don't even want to say it. I don't even want to say it.
She's also unfit to be a mother. She doesn't like being tied down. She tries to couch it, and there's no actual, people are calling this a leftist movie.
Oh yeah, where he's like, come on, we gotta start a family. You know, you're pregnant. He's like, she's like, you're not gonna tie me down. She's like snaps at him and gets mad, and it's just like, isn't this like a stereotype? Isn't this like a really offensive stereotype? What's her reasoning? Why is she doing this? It doesn't even make sense because Sean Penn doesn't even look hot in this movie. He looks so weird. Like, he looks scary. Ain't nobody watching this goddamn channel. Ain't nobody watching. Ain't nobody. I'll bring it back.
There's no leftist politics in this. At most, it's liberal. But there's no engagement with anything actually tangible.
It is like, except for like the social political aspect, you know, the whole race aspect of it, you know, that social political aspect of it. It is very much like trying to, like, almost desperately trying to not at all be about anything politics. Like, it just feels like, what is a facsimile? I don't know, like a fake, you know, like if it was like a TV version of our own real lives, of our own real world. A TV version of it is what it felt like. Like a TV version of a far left paramilitary group What far left paramilitary group in the U.S.? Come on. Come on, dude. The only far left paramilitary group we got in the U.S. are motherfucking people playing Battlefield 6, Rainbow Six Siege. It's just that they're not physical. They're just in the video games. Or we got ICE, you know. We got ICE, I guess. What was I looking for? What the hell was I doing? Uh-oh. I don't remember.
That you will call leftists. Right? And so she leaves, but she doesn't leave. She just abandons the baby and him. She doesn't actually leave yet. She abandons the baby and him, and now it's all black women heist time. All black women heist time, right? So we've excised the one white dude that we know out of the situation. Oh, there's one black man. There's one black man the whole fucking movie. It's Barksdale. It's the Barksdale guy from The Wire. He has a couple lines at the beginning where they're planning out their anti-immigration heist, and then his next line is him slobbing down a white woman, and he says, "Working white lady, go," or some shit like that. And it's gross and lurid. And then she goes in, and it's a part of like the bomb thing. We don't see him ever again. We see him try to escape. We don't see him ever again after he maybe escapes. No, the politics are not similar to Superman. There's no politics in this movie.
My God.
The revolutionaries in this movie are the Mexican immigrants.
They're only revolutionaries in the sense that they're called revolutionaries. That's it. There is no revolution. At most, they're freedom fighters. You know? Like these freedom fighters. Okay. Well, they wish. They wish.
Maybe because they're actually organized and they manage their situation without a hitch. The revolutionaries as presented to us are clowns. They're presented to us as clowns. Right? The man who gives Leo the coordinates, is maybe biracial or Latino. And then there's like another guy who's like seems to be on some shit. They get him out the way early. Right. And so going back to the all black women heist. So all black women heist is happening. They run up in the bank and Jungle Pussy jumps up. Yeah. Somebody tell me what the French 75, if there's some symbology there I don't know about. So the all woman, Bellamy, what did you just say? That's her character's name. The all woman, black woman bank heist starts. Jungle Pussy jumps up on the bank counter and starts literally like a Howard University spoken word monologue. And she's like, got the gun, and she's like, I'm taking off my mask. This is power. My pussy is power. Jungle Pussy. I use this to feed, to buy my materials, to da-da-da-da-da. And I'm just like, and I'm sure there's an angle,
Yeah,
there's an angle probably, somebody's gonna explain this away as if like, okay, we're supposed to be critical of the fetishization of revolutionary and like black women in revolutionary roles or something or whatever. I'm sure there's an angle where this is supposed to be a deconstruction. But if you saw my video on like Edge, I understand edgelords, the reality is once you've put certain stuff out there, it doesn't matter if you deconstruct it. Because as I was leaving, me and my wife ranted about this. We finished it over an hour ago, but she had a lot to say because it was violent towards her. This movie is violent. Like this movie is abusive to watch. I imagine for a lot of black women.
I can't even.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm not even gonna give you the context of this statement. I forgot about this one. This happens at the end. So in the middle of this speech, this horrible spoken word, like speech about a vagina and guns, Tiana Taylor shoots a guy and gets caught. She gets caught and immediately rats on the revolution, sells out the revolution after she gets caught.
Yeah.
Like, so a bunch of people get killed.
Oh,
All
okay.
the white people get killed.
Yes. I know what he's talking about. Okay. Spoilers if you haven't seen the movie. Let's see. They try and do a bank robbery, right? Now, mind you, everyone going into this movie, every liberal, progressive, left-leaning person going into this movie is expecting it to be, you know, like a movie about revolutionaries fighting against tyranny, fighting against this state that's doing, you know, scrambling to try and suppress them at every facet and every angle from generation to generation. You know? I'm thinking, before going into the movie, I'm thinking Sean Penn gets to the mother and stops her from being able to be the revolutionary she needs to become. Or she could have become, right? And then Leo, being, you know, the white man that he is, even if he is super with it, right? He's still got that social conditioning in him where he's like, well, we got to settle down. We got a kid now. And he's like, well, I don't want her a part of this. I don't want her a part of this at all. So much so that I'm going to control her entire life in the same way that I feel like they are going to control her life. You know, not let her talk to anybody, get into all her business, control her. You know, I don't know. It's just like, what do you... He's being, as a father, Leo's being real antagonistic towards her. And he's doing it for her own good, but not ethically, in my opinion. Well, whatever. I mean, God, it's a character in a movie. Who cares? Who gives a shit? What I'm getting to is the bank robbery. So there's a character. I think that might be. Let me look this person up, because this is an artist, is it? Where is it? Shayna McHale. Shayna McHale. Okay, yeah. Now, I'm so glad I looked this person up. Shayna McHale, also known as rapper Jungaripushi. Created based on her stage persona. Seeing her perform embodies a non-traditional hero driven by the pursuit of loved ones and experiencing... Wait, hold on a second. McHale's character embodies a non-traditional hero driven by the pursuit of loved ones and experiencing repeated failures, offering a refreshing take. Refreshing? That's the formula. All right. Well, the point is, man, that's interesting. Okay. I feel so evil for what I was about to say. Maybe I'm thinking of a different character, because I feel like I could have sworn, I'm going to sound so evil for saying this, I could have sworn there was a trans character, a part of the French 75. Maybe I'm just... No, not this one. I don't know. And I thought this was her, but no, this person, I mean, I don't know. Who knows? It doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with anything. I was just clarifying what I thought in my own mind, now that I have the opportunity to. This scene is cringe. This scene is like that scene in Heat. This, oh God, I'm like never looking at the camera. This scene is like that scene in Heat. Michael Mann film, okay? But they just immediately fuck up the bank robbery. Like, immediately. She just shoots some guy for like, oh, he's like reaching for his gun. And she's like, don't move. And he keeps like, he's like on the floor, like looking up, you know? He's face down, looking up. And he's like, keeps reaching for like his gun. And she's like, don't move. And then she shoots him. And then they run from the cops. But normally, who's the one that's usually doing the don't fucking move! Don't fucking move! Bah, 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 bah. It's usually the cops. You know? The heat. Or the ice. So why is it that we got the revolutionaries the one doing all of this heinous violence? Like, what are they robbing a bank for? You know, like, what revolution are you going to start with that? No, I mean, fuck banks, but like, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like a great organizing tool, in my opinion. It just felt like we needed something really, really bad to happen to just separate everyone for a good long time. But it just doesn't feel justified. It felt like the plot needed it to happen, and so it willed it to happen. You know, usually just by the characters acting like, and I mean, come on, this scene, like, ...2008 movie, you know? Like, you know, I can't even, I feel like I can't say it. You know them, they can't help themselves. That kind of vibe, you know, that kind of sentiment. You're too white, sir.
Killed on screen, which I don't think is an accident. The white members of this revolutionary, community, they get killed on screen. Almost as if to send a message. The black folks that died, they get killed off screen, but after they rat, it seems. Is Tiana's Falk character explained? There's a couple of moments, and I guess the movie
really?
At some point, so there's one moment where Regina King's character seems to understand that Tiana Taylor's character is ridiculous. There's a conversation.
Okay. I hate that I don't know. Regina. That's Hall, not King. Is he getting her name wrong? Is that why? Tiana Taylor. Okay, she's Perfidy. And then Regina Hall is this lady. Okay, I know who she's talking about.
Conversation between two other black women later in the film, between Regina King and a black woman that's like a nun or whatever in this revolutionary thing, where they're like, Tiana Taylor's character is the problem that keeps on giving. Regina Hall, thank you, I'm sorry. So, but we're not meant to like, it feels like we're not meant to judge Tiana Taylor's character as harshly as the movie presents it. And Regina Hall is good. I feel so bad for Regina and Tiana and this young black woman, young biracial woman, I don't remember her name, because they carry the movie. Everybody's performance is great.
I mean,
and it's hard for black women to get this type of like premier movie star energy, like whatever. Jungle P is her name. IRL, she's a musician.
It was news to me too.
There's a framework where I'm fine with that. Within the context of the film,
yeah.
And I feel bad with them because I know, well, I don't know. I assume a lot of black feminists are going to rip this movie apart. Black women in general, for those of you who
it just feels like
see yourselves as feminists.
It doesn't feel like
I can't imagine too many black women watching.
It doesn't feel like it wants to understand or empathize with either side really, or if it does so like, I don't know, when you probably shouldn't. You know? I don't want to empathize with the freaking Sean Penn's character with that that weirdo ghoulish like soldier guy. But I feel like there's parts in that movie where they portray him so like such a petty little servant. You almost feel bad for him, especially at the end. You know? I don't know.
In this, seeing how they're depicted and being like, that was cool. Who is this movie for? This movie is for mediocre white men who fetishize black women.
Yes. Oh my God, yes.
There's a white supremacist community in the movie. I feel like
yeah, it's just so like, it's so with the Christmas society. I don't feel like he's saying anything with that either. I don't feel like there's anything being explored about, you know, secret government coalitions, I don't know, secret groups where they hold some sort of, I don't know, extra power that we don't know about. It just felt like a conspiracy theory point shoved into the movie.
I'm forgetting something else important. There's a white supremacist community in the movie.
Right. This white supremacist group. It just feels like QAnon, not QAnon, sorry. It just feels like a conspiracy theorist, kind of the globalists, you know. But it doesn't feel specifically targeted at anybody. It could, you know how like Superman came out and everyone was like, oh, is Lex Luthor, the new Lex Luthor, is supposed to be like Jeff Bezos, or is he supposed to be like Elon Musk? And it's a little bit of both, whatever. This is like the opposite of that. It's like not the Illuminati. It's not our current administration. It's not anything. It's just like a fake thing, which is so lame. It's so much more lame, you know? it doesn't even fit the bar for like alternative history in the way that Once Upon a Time in Hollywood does, where, you know, it's almost as a story of it's almost about a story where, what if Sharon Tate didn't die? You know? I wish they would explore that more instead of how Tarantino decided to explore it as just a cliffhanger what if. Because the whole movie is just like living within I believe it's 1970s, 1960s. Oh, 1960s, of course. Late 1960s. Or just the 1960s. Let me not start specifying what I don't know specifically. I know it's in the 60s. It's just you're living in that era, you know? It's the Red Dead 2 of Hollywood, but for movies. But I don't know. Moving on.
I feel like I'm forgetting something else important. You think I'm taking the movie in bad faith?
No.
Nah.
No.
To me, there's no bad faith version of Jungle Pussy's soliloquy at the bank. There's no good faith version of that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's whatever she says at the bank. That's so.
Somebody will have. Listen, I will be open.
Is it on there? Let me see.
Get on your fucking knees. Now!
Get your noses in the carpet. My name is Jungle Pussy. This is what power looks like. See my face?
You see what I mean when I said that this movie was about power? But like, you know, it almost feels like if I were to plop in Saving Private Ryan, and Tom Hanks were to turn to the camera after that D-Day push, you know, where they get onto the beach, the Normandy beach, and they get up to the barbed wire, and he turns to the camera and goes, "Damn, war's bad, isn't it? War sure does suck, doesn't it?" Yeah, no shit, man. You know, it's a little on the nose. But what is the music here is like so, you know, uncomfortable and minimal. So it's not even giving you enough to, like, you know, really cement the mood. It's kind of like ebbing and easing, ebbing and easing out. I don't know.
This some set it off shit. I don't want you.
Oh, never mind. It was just fading out from the last scene. I'm stupid. Don't believe me.
I just want your money. Your money pays for my artillery, my supplies, my transportation, my dynamite.
Wait, what is she saying? Do we get captions?
Shit. I don't want you. I just want your money. Your money pays for my artillery.
Back it up.
This see my face? Your nose is in the carpet.
Get your nose.
My name is Jungle Pussy.
She introduces herself.
This is what power looks like.
So, what is this? Okay? What is this? When she says this is what power looks like, what is she referring to when she says this? This is what my mind thinks when she's saying this line. Ma'am, I don't know what you're talking about. Do you mean the instance of you pointing the gun at somebody? Do you mean the robbery itself? Like all of you? Like you as a collective is what power looks like? It doesn't feel like a coherent thought. It more so is something that like you're not going to be able to question because, you know, when she's saying this, it's not like I can just pause her in real time. But I can now. So I don't know what she was referring to specifically.
See my face?
Yeah, we see your face. I'm not sure why you're showing your face. When does this movie take place? Like 16 years ago in the early 2000s? Has to be. Has to be the early 2000s, right? Before they do the time skip. So they got security cameras. They got computers probably. What you doing? Why are you showing your face? The Zodiac Killer didn't show his face. Motherfucker from the 60s.
This some set it off shit.
This some set it off shit. Is she trying to tell them to turn something off, or is she trying to say that this incident is going to set something off? Which, I mean, sure, it could set off anything. It could set off your whole dumbass life going to jail for getting caught for doing this. It could set that off.
I don't want you.
What do you mean you don't want you?
I just want your money.
Okay, nobody thought you wanted them.
Your money pays for my artillery, my supplies, my transportation, my dynamite, my message. I am what Black Power looks like.
I don't understand what she means by this. It's like saying things without explaining. I'm so lost.
See my
Like,
face?
if you were to watch me in the theater during this moment, I was just like, huh? Wait. So I'm like trying to like process what's happening.
See my face? I'm the Prince 75.
And then boom. She just shoots this guard. She just shoots this freaking guard. I don't know. Did they show him? Who I believe also happens to be a black guy, if I remember correctly. And if not, then I'm going to jail. Let me see. Yeah.
Fucking.
It is. And it's just like this character, this small side character, right? What's he doing? What's he doing? Why is he inching forward. Anytime there's a robbery, usually they just tell you, give them whatever they want, let them go, don't resist, don't fight back. You don't want to aggravate them or whatever. They're probably caught on 100 different security cameras. The police are going to find them. And also, it's not your money. It's not your money. It's not your money. You know? So, like, it's not that it makes this a bad scene. It's more so what it does to me is when I watch this scene, I don't believe this moment. I don't believe that this would happen, even in this fictional world of one battle after another. I don't believe this. Why is he continuing to reach forward? She very clearly already shot him. Okay. Why wouldn't she shoot again? And it just feels, again, it feels so wrong because of who's making this movie. For it to be, you know, this kind of crime, this kind of violence, you know? If it was Barry Jenkins, if it was who did Black Klansman and Malcolm X, Black Klansman. Why can't I remember his name? I could see him. He looks like Waluigi. Oh, man. Oh, my God. I can't believe I can't remember this guy's name. Come on, internet. Spike Lee. Oh, of course. Of course. Okay, Spike Lee. You know, if it was Barry Jenkins, Spike Lee, you know. But it's this guy. This is the guy who's making this movie. Along with this guy. And she just domes him. She just domes him. And then they bail. And then if you've ever seen Baby Driver, you know how Baby Driver begins with that epic chase scene in the car with the cars, right? The epic car chase in the very beginning. This is like that, but the complete opposite in terms of success rate. They it's just like they screw it up so bad. And not even in the grand spectacle way that is Heat, you know, the ending of Heat. Because that's like just the spectacle of chaos, right? This doesn't feel like that. This just feels, I don't know, like we needed to doom these characters, and this is their doom moment. Like, think about it. why should I care about these characters? Why should I care that they are struggling right now? Especially um Perfid Perfidia? Perfidia. Tiana Taylor. Especially Tiana Taylor's character. What where do I, even if I wanted to be empathetic towards this character, where do I place that empathy? Where is her where do I understand her? Where do I begin to understand her? If the point is that like she can do bad too as an individual, that's just such a nothing point. You're not saying anything as a director. Anyone can do anything bad. It felt like I don't know, this I wasn't happy during this moment. I mean, not that you I wasn't feeling exhilarated during this moment, let's say, you know? Like I was just like from the second the lady stood on top of uh the bank counters or whatever, I was like, "Oh, they're so fucked. They're so fucked." You know, as when she made that speech and then she shoots the guard. You know, oh, dude, she's so fucked. Because think about what happens every time something happens with anyone with any remote connections to something anywhere near on the left. They get painted as some sort of, you know, far left radical terrorist, you know, engaging in like Viet Cong guerrilla tactics, which is just not true. You know, unless you're playing like Rust or something. Not Rust. What's the new one? Ark. God. That's how you know I'm out of touch. Arkureidas. What else? What else? Just like also, what are you doing, man? Where are you going? Where are you going? Like, what she thinks she thinks she's Sonic? Like, what are we doing? I I want to do a meme and put Sonic music over this, but I feel like that'd be like that would just I feel like I would get in trouble for that. Oh, you know what? I was just thinking about this. I was just trying to remember why the aspect ratio was making me like I was trying to remember something about the aspect ratio. I remembered what it was. This movie felt like such a waste of IMAX. Like this story doesn't feel grand enough for the format, nor do I feel like it was really utilized. I don't feel like it was utilized properly. Look, it's a breakdown of the ending and another breakdown of the ending, which is like, you know, probably like an emotional highlight. You know, I should get back to the video.
Into amending this. When I make the B-side about this a week from now, I'll have given time for other people to have watched it and make sense of it and come with angles I wasn't thinking of. But as I sat in the theater with my black wife and watched Tiana Taylor be this, it sounds like a satire, but it wasn't. It was only satirical for black people, maybe.
Yeah, it was a real shame. So weird.
Yeah, and it's like movie of the year conversations. I don't know. Yo, I hope I'm tripping.
No,
I hope I'm tripping. I hope that people whose opinion I respect come through and are like, FD, you tripping. It's happened before. It's happened before. And I'm not saying it's not a well-made, entertaining film.
No, it's super entertaining. I mean, in terms of the filmmaking, you know, and Sean Penn kills it. He's so gross in this movie. He's so disgusting. The daughter, she was great. I really liked her. Benicio del Toro was fantastic. Leo was good, but I'm getting weird on him. I'm getting weird on Leo. The more I learn about this man, I don't know. But, and you know what? The Christmas Adventurers Club cast, I feel like they could have been better. I feel like they're so forgettable. Like, I've already forgotten them, and I've already, like, I can remember the cast of, like, Burn After Reading from the Coen brothers more than I can the faces of the Christmas Adventurers Club. Like, this movie feels like it wants to be a Coen brothers movie. Is a postmodern novel. So this is what the book is. So this is what it's based off of. Let me move this over. No, no. There you go. All right. Through flashbacks, its characters who lived through the 1960s account for the free-spirited rebellion of that decade and describe the traits of the fascistic Nixonian repression and the war on drugs that clashed with it. The book portrays transformations in U.S. society from the 60s. Okay. Paul. Where the fuck was this? Where the fuck was this in the movie? Hello? Don't hate me. I'm gonna do the summary. Oh, fuck. I can't do it. No. Okay, hold on. I'm signing in. Okay, well, while that's working, let's get back to this.
But the politics of this film, the one so have y'all seen the preview? In the preview, they like there's a kind of a joke of a non-binary person in with the with the daughter. The movie makes the choice to have that be who rats the daughter out.
Mm-hmm.
So the one non-binary character rats out the daughter. The
bro,
Mexican boy and the white girl.
Like, this movie felt
they
like
hold tight.
poison.
But the non-binary character, they rat the daughter out. And that feels very purposeful. That feels very purposeful. Yeah, so somebody, I just saw, I'm not, because I don't want to spotlight people I disagree with. So somebody just said this is a mixed group of people fighting against the system and rejecting ICE. Yeah, but no, this is a family drama.
No. It maybe
This
in
was
like
a
the
family
first 5
drama
minutes.
movie using revolution, like this revolutionary fantasy as, excuse me, using this revolutionary fantasy as the staging for what is essentially a family drama.
Yeah, it's just a setting. It's just the plate where the meal is gonna go.
It's definitely like if I, the where I sit right now,
Internet is just,
is anyone coming away from this feeling like this was revolutionary, they got your ass. They got your ass. And we got work to do on our media literacy. And y'all need to be there for my Sinners video in a couple of weeks. Because this is exactly the type of shit I talk about in that video about
Sinners.
how we need to be able to understand why we like what we like. So I can imagine if I wasn't there with my black wife, I wasn't a black man that had opinions about the way black women are depicted and represented in media, it wouldn't have registered to me how gross and exploitative the representation of black women was in this movie. And not have seen the revolutionary organizing and the diversity and the way that they fought against fascism and the very like ugliness of.
okay. I'm using this, whatever, I don't have time. Don't hate me. I'm sure it's fine. Set in California, 1984, the novel begins with Zoid Wheeler. That's a crazy name. Zoid Wheeler. Performing a stunt to receive mental disability benefits. As federal agent Brock Vaughn resurfaces, forcing Zoid and his daughter Prairie into hiding. Prairie learns about her estranged mother, who betrayed her hippie ideals and joined Brock in taking down a rebel commune, the People's Republic of Rock and Roll. Oh, God. So it's basically like people doing activism and then people doing anti-activism against said activism. Right? But that's still polarized critics. American culture. Free-flowing, light and funny, maybe the most readily accessible piece of writing the old Invisible Man ever. What? Frank Kermode was disappointed, felt that it lacked beautiful ontological suspense. Good lord, what the hell does that even mean? Extended fictive virtuos. What? Okay. I can't even tell what this is, like where this land. It just feels so middle of the road. Meanwhile, DL Chastain and Takeshi Fumimota, her partner in Karma Adjustment, are hanging out with Weed Atman and other Thanatoids. Oh God. Okay. What is this book, and why did this man try to adapt it?
Of the fascists and the white supremacists in this film, I may have been left that being like, yeah. But seeing Tiana Taylor, one of the most beautiful black women in the world, be depicted in such a way, be like have this character that is so oversexed that she can't even finish revolutionary missions. She can't sit through
what revolutionary missions?
Revolutionary education. because she's so wanting these white men.
But why is what I don't understand is why.
Her last words on the screen, not words technically, for you.
What?
This sounds like I'm making it up. Oh my God. I'm really getting upset.
To be fair, I don't know what that means. Okay, let me try and break it down. What does it mean for a pussy to pop? What is that? How does that work? Like I've heard all sorts of noises come out of all sorts of different things. And a pop could definitely be described as one of those sounds, you know, like a pop, you know. But I don't know how you do that. Oh, I keep pressing this wrong one.
Let me hear. What am I missing?
Anyways, I feel like I've talked about one battle after another a bit, you know, enough. Probably enough. You know. I wonder what did I give it? I am the laziest with my letterbox. I'm so lazy. Look at that. Look at that. I saw this on opening night in IMAX in 70mm. But you know what? It's like I go watch the movie, and because I don't really have a platform like this, I mean, I've had this platform, but I've used it before, and I'm using it now. But I go watch this movie, and then afterwards, I'm sitting in my car, and I go, okay, well, it's time to review this movie I didn't enjoy. You know? I'm like so not inclined to sit there for 30 minutes on my phone typing out a review for this. You know? That's why I never do. I don't know. It's so offensive. It's just so offensive. Look at these reviews, man. I can't. It's so offensive. Break down the Eureka moment. Oh, I gotta read this. What is this? I love doing that. Oh wait, I'm so stupid. Okay, let me undo this then. There we go. What is it called? Flashbang. Who's he hiding from? Who's he hiding from? Okay, one battle after another. Paul Thomas Anderson's 10th feature film is the first he's made set in modern times since he began the Adam Sandler serious actor movement with Punch Drunk Love. It also finally connects to... Who cares? Introduces DiCaprio as a demolitionist with a group of revolutionaries called... Oops. called the French 75. Why? Their motives hinge on no governance over bodies, borders, abortion, etc. What? And we're... What? Oh, okay, we, the audience. I was like, what are they talking about? Your motives hinge on no governance over bodies, but you can't have a you have to have a government. So they're anarchists. They're just crusty anarchists? Is that what it is? They should have just said so. But the anarchists aren't a real movement. They do good work, but they aren't the left. Okay. DiCaprio comes, Bob and his newborn daughter becomes Willa. As they head into the fictional Backton Cross. 16 years later, the decorated military man Lockjaw. Yeah. Descends with the full arm of the American government into the duo's small Northern California town to wipe out something personal. See, because the reasoning behind all of the actions in the film don't really align with anything that's going on today. Like, they're not doing it because they need to get rid of all the migrants. They want to kick out 2 million migrants or whatever. It's because he wants to get into the Christmas Adventurers Club, and now he's got a squad, he's got some power, and so he can dictate his whole squad around to do things. It just feels like, what do we do? Look, why? And why do I care? Letterboxd members can kiss my ass. My throat's getting so dry. Oh, okay. So, when the film jumps to somewhere approximate to our current year, what's the time is a key password question to... Oh, God, my throat is so fucked. Okay. Is a key password question to connect with new and former members of the French 75. But time itself is very important to one battle after another. It's a script that Anderson has been working on and off for almost 20 years. I hate when they do this. Dude, Hollywood has the same playbook every time. He's been working on this for 25 years. That's like me, who's been working on a script on and off again for 20 years. But it's not like that body of work took literally 20 years to make. But that's always how they make it seem. Or like something kept happening that would stop him from doing it. It started with a car chase. Not a great idea. Then he began to add elements from Tom Pynchon's novel, Vineland, about former 60 radicals, with the author's blessing, because he previously directed Inherent Vice, which this makes sense because from what I've heard, this movie is like his least best movie. I don't know, his least the one of his worsts. I don't know, because it's not like he makes bad movies, but you know, it's the lowest on the totem pole. I heard it was not great, so I haven't watched it. So it makes sense that it's from the same you know, author that he's basing this stuff off of. Over the long stretch of time it took Anderson to write the script, he became a father of 4, and while the political landscape changed topographically in that period, the father-daughter relationship in Inshin's novel became the What? His film as Parenthood became a foundation in his life. Oh, brother. Well, something that does seem unique right now is actually youth activism over the past 20 years. I'm curious, as you are a father and your children are getting older, if that also changed some of the elements for Willa's part of the story. Well, sure. I mean, it's impossible to ignore that I probably started writing this movie before I had children. And now I've got children who are smarter than I am. Ooh. And boss me around and have their own free will and their own movements. And it's a wonderful thing to see. Our jumping off point really was the revolutionary movements of the late 60s. With the Weather Underground, the Black Panthers, that kind of thing. What? Weather Underground. Man, get this off the screen. Okay. University of Michigan, originally known as Weatherman. The group was organized as a faction of Students for a Democratic Society. Officially known as Weather Underground Organization. For the United States government. Okay. This right here. This is why you can't let a liberal make a revolutionary movie or a movie about revolutionaries. Because they're always going to have this stupid mentality. And they're always going to choose groups like this to obfuscate the true revolutionaries. Because look at this. The group's express political goal was to create a revolutionary party to overthrow the United States government. Who's overthrowing the... with you and what army? You gonna do it with assault rifles? Come on now. Come on now. We do coups. Like, this is so silly. That's not happening. As much as this is true, as much as this is completely true, domestic terror group with revolutionary positions characterized by black power and opposition to the Vietnam War. Okay, yeah, scary things. No war and you know, black power. The Days of Rage was the USO's first riot, 69 in Chicago, timed to coincide with the trial of the Chicago 7. The group issued a declaration of a state of war against the government under the name. Conducted a bombing campaign. Some attacks were preceded by evacuation warnings. Members of the group were killed in an accidental... But none were killed in any of the bombings? WCommunique issued a connection with the bombing of the United States Capitol, indicated that it was in protest of the U.S. invasion of Laos. The bombing of the Pentagon was retaliation of raid in Hanoi. He was bombed for the involvement of this. Okay, they did do some stuff. This founding document called for a white fighting force to be allied with the Black Liberation Movement and other radical movements to achieve the destruction of U.S. imperialism and form a classless communist world. Yeah. Like we're skipping too many steps here. We're skipping way too many steps here, and thinking that just by violently retaliating and objecting to U.S. imperialism isn't going to make it stop. Especially, I don't know. Because I feel like you can't force the change to happen. You just can't. You just can't. It's not going to happen. People are going to stubbornly resist change as much as physically possible. You have to reach them through empathy. Otherwise, they're not going to want to listen. They're not going to want to understand, because why would they give up their privilege to share it with the rest of the people who don't have it? If you were to see it from their own selfish perspective. I'm so fucking tired. Okay. Leo, this is large. This is a large ensemble. And you're tethered to most of the characters. I was wondering what the test process was like with multiple cast members. Who cares? Great choice, because it's Benicio's selfie movement that got a big laugh from my audience. Wow. Yeah, Sensei Carlos is a fan of this former revolutionary, the Rocket Man of the French 75. This just sounds so fake and so lame. What is this? The French 75 what? At least give me the lore. At least give me the lore. You know? Let's see what they're saying here. This is LD? Who's LD? Oh, DiCaprio. He did, and that became a seminal part of the chemistry reads, I think. That started to break open and became a part of the plot, the malleability, and us being able to create our characters and come up with these key singular ideas. They actually shape the course of the movie in a lot of ways. Paul doesn't really do an audition process. He kind of has a dinner. There's a karate lesson. We sit around. We improvise. You fight? Do you put on like a gi, you know? Put on a belt? You know? Get on the mats. There's a flexibility that Paul creates as an ecosystem. The ownership that he gives us as our characters to pivot and take a left. Dude, they just puff, 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 puff. It's just puff, 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 puff. They're saying nothing. Look, he says it again. Take a left turn. We took left turns. I want to wait until these actors come in and embody the characters. What characters, man? I think he wrote a beautiful ending in the respect of what this next generation is going to have to deal with. Through Willa, I could discover that Bob's heroism was his sheer act of moving forward and oh my god. You heard that? You heard that, kids? You gotta pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Just like Bob Ferguson. I wanted to talk a little bit about locations because beginning with where you started filming, which is Eureka. Did the film always have this ability to sort of shape aspects of the story around the people and place? Oh my god. Guys, I've been to Hollywood. I've been to Los Angeles. Oh. And my back. I just saw that thing go red for a second. Okay. I've been to Hollywood. I worked on some movie sets. These people sniff their own farts. I swear to Allah. They sniff their own farts, man. They sniff their own farts. They will listen to any good criticism, anything good you got to say. They will eat it up. Eat it up. And then any sort of genuine criticism, like, why did you do this? What was the purpose of this? Why is this character doing that? Why is he saying that? Why are we here? Why do we need this effect? Well, no, you just don't understand. You don't understand, you see? Okay. Sorry. This makes sense. This makes sense. But you know, we're done with this. We're done with this. I need to move on. How do I... Let me change this. Okay, what is it going to be? Channel update.
The story of a young, vigorous prince.
This is some old Japanese movie, I think.
Who looks for the truth of the world.
The truth of the world. Okay. Be right back. To all the nobodies in the chat, to all the ghosts in the chat, because I don't know how to set up a stream properly. I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. I am back right now. Okay. Here he. Okay. What am I going to do with this channel? New perspective. What am I going to do? I'm going to be streaming constantly. I hope. I want to. I want to eat. I'm going to do it. I'm either going to do it on YouTube here, or I'm going to do it on Twitch, whichever audience bites. I don't know, but I'm still going to be making YouTube videos. There were a few videos I had been working on for a long time that, let's just say, almost like Heaven's Gate, sort of went into a production hell. Basically, to not get into the weeds of it, all of my story ideas, all of the topics that I wanted to cover would just get so big and so, like, I would just get so lost in information and research and finding official sources. And the more I would look for official sources, I would find more information, and it would open up new doors into new avenues, and the project would keep growing and growing. And at the time, years ago, when I was working on these unfinished projects that I've hinted at before, what was I saying? After a while, I don't know. I completely just like lost my train of thought because I heard a door in the background. That's ADHD for you folks. I heard a door in the background and my brain just went zip, zip. Forgot what I was talking about. Completely forgot. Working on old projects, they were never finished. They'd get too big. I would write them and a lot of these projects were very different from the videos I've made on this channel. The Heaven's Gate video, parts 1 and 2, and then the Hollywood 70s to the 80s video. One of them was going to be a review of, what is it, 2018 or 2017, that Batman film, or 2019, that Batman film called The Batman. I was going to make a video about that. I hate that movie. But a movie I hate even more, and it's not so much because of the whole movie itself, but more so just the ending of a movie, is the Stephen King adaptation, The Mist, by Frank Darabont. I was going to make a video about that. And I might just live stream that instead on another day. Because that I could go on for 4 hours just about the ending of The Mist. Because I love that movie and I hate that ending. I hate that ending so much. I think it's the worst ending ever conceived. And I know why. I know why it was written that way. I did my research. But I never got around to making the video. I just couldn't do it with everything that I was doing for work. I was in LA at the time. I was just doing a lot, and it was I have this thing where anything I say in a video has to be thoroughly researched and thoroughly checked. I can't just assume something or insinuate something based off of my memory. or something I think I've read or remember reading, you know? It has to be, you know. Oh, are we back? Yay. Reconnected. Okay. What the hell was I saying? What the hell was I working on stuff? They're not finished. I didn't finish them. I'll stream the Mist video. Look. The Mist. The Mist. The Mist. Look at this stupid box art. Look at how stupid this is. It's like, ooh, Cthulhu. Ooh. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. My neighbors are taking a shower behind me. It's awesome. I love hearing just the whole wall shake behind me. I wonder if it's coming through on the mic. Let's just play some random music. Okay. Channel update, channel update, channel update. So what are we going to do? What's going to happen now? Well, I'm going to be streaming a lot, right? I'm going to be streaming here or Twitch. Who knows? I don't really know where I belong. I haven't been able to... Oh, you know what? Also, I'm going to bring back my Patreon, and I'm going to actually put stuff on it. I've got so much in the works. A little loud. Oh well, I'll just be louder. Okay. Sorry guys, I'm so ADHD brained. It's too much. Do you see my issue? Do you see my issue? Do you see what's wrong with me? Like, I just can't. The second I'm like distracted. I can't pay attention. I need like literal just like ambient nothingness. Or some good music, man. There, this is good. All right. Let's get it. Let's get it. Okay. So I had 2 videos that I was working on. Talked about those. The Batman. I guess I can write them down here. Or you know what? Let me put up a notes thing. A little like... Oh, this is probably just stuff about Lilo and Stitch. Yeah, I was going to make a video about Lilo and Stitch too. Not the second film, but I mean just also Lilo and Stitch. And Chris Sanders, the director. And him. I was gonna do a big video on Chris Sanders and his whole career. And basically how he just became like a dog for the industry. He sold his character away. It's such a fascinating story. Hold on. Let me write this stuff out before I jump to another thought. Okay. So there was Batman. I don't know, it's like a review, I guess. I don't know, the Batman review, because I hate it. Then there was the missed ending. Also because I hate it. And I'm gonna rip them to shreds. These are videos I was working on. I think I saw something pop up. If I'm seeing stuff pop up on my screen and it's slipping by me and I'm not acknowledging it, this is my first ever stream. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Okay. Chris Sanders. Lilo. Where is it? And Stitch. Creator. Bio. Like, I don't know, like documentary. I was gonna do something like that. Stuff keeps passing me by. Why can't I see it? Chat. Weird. Okay, well, whatever. Alright. I'm getting distracted. Chris Sanders. I was going to make a documentary on him. This story is insane. If you think about Lilo and Stitch, Stitch is the only, like, that film is the only big budget American animated studio film where the entire art direction is based off of one artist's art style, which is Chris Sanders' art style. I'm trying to look for it right now. Chris Sanders. Is it this? Yeah, this is his original art. And they made like a whole booklet just on how to draw his art style, and the whole animation team had to learn how to draw the characters in his style, and they used all hand color water paints for all the backgrounds. There's, you know, it was a lot. It was a lot. And then also this story that I was cooking up. Well, I lost my video. There we go. I like that picture. So, and then this story with Chris Sanders, Lilo and Stitch also wraps into Pixar and John Lasseter and his story. So it's not only a story about Chris Sanders, this exceptional, you know, animator, director, filmmaker, who makes this incredible film, Lilo and Stitch, which, you know, I feel like has some political relevance to it as well. Like, there's some social commentary there with colonialism and you know, gentrifying neighborhoods, and, you know, the not predatory, but the just like how Hawaii is so taken over by white tourism, you know, like it's all prevalent throughout the film, and the fact that the white girls are treating Lilo like she's some sort of crazy, weird freak monster when, you know, she has her traditional doll or whatever, or a doll that she's made with things that she can find on the island. Like, I don't know if that's specifically a traditional doll or if it's like an ugly doll, which were kind of popular at the time. Or rather, sometime after that. But the John Lasseter story is an equally interesting story because not only does he's like, he gets into Disney, then gets very much into 3D, tries to show the Disney guys 3D animation way too early, and they're like, no, we don't like it. And then so he either quits or he gets fired. There's a bunch of them that like all quit at the same time too, or like get let go. Like late 80s, before the Renaissance. This is before the Renaissance. And then Lasseter joins or starts up Pixar. That becomes a big thing. Steve Jobs buys it, and eventually it wraps around. He comes back to Disney. After he's already become like a super famous, successful pioneer director with Toy Story and leading Pixar basically. And then the Hug allegations came out, which sounds so insane to think about today. Like we've gone so far off the deep end in our culture. Yeah, I guess let me see. Chris Sanders X John Lasseter. Like I feel like I mentioned this story in one of like the ending of my Heaven's Gate videos, and that was freaking like 4 years ago or something. You know? Like that's how long I've been sitting on these. Hello. Oh, look, I can see the chat now. Hello. Welcome to my stream, young one. Or old one. I'm just reminiscing about all of my unfinished projects that I haven't finished. But I've got new projects that I'm working on. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. But I will finish these new ones. It's a little bit related to... Whoops. It's a little bit related to what's going on here. Alright, let me get that notepad back. Unfinished projects. What else was I working on? Was I working on anything else? It's a whole bunch of... Oh, let me see what this is. I'm so blind, guys. Don't make fun of me. Oh yeah, I will be streaming regularly, but I do need to figure out how to get that. I need to figure out how all this streaming stuff works. Heaven's Gate is such a... It is not a film for everybody, but it is something special. I don't know how the hell Cimino did it. I don't know what... Because it's really poignant for today too. Like it speaks to the heart of like what it means to be American, which I feel like is to go out into the sticks, to go out into this unknown, away from your home, basically. Like from the starting point of being an immigrant, right? From every starting point of where we are as being immigrants in our family lineage, leaving home and seeking opportunity, you know, when we can't seek it at home, right? And it's the community, right? And those scenes in the dusty, like, dance hall where, you know, the guy, the German doctor, I think, with the glasses, like, I have just as much of a right as you know, anyone to this land or something like that. I'm paraphrasing because I can't really remember, but it's, you know, there's the class struggle, there's the immigration struggle, there's it plays it all so well. It balances all these different aspects so well in a way that, like, I feel like most films don't really do. And it never feels overtly in your face about its message. It also, because it's such a long movie, it also deals so much in the hope of frontier and the dismay of greed, corruption, and bureaucracy. have I seen Once Upon a Time in America? Just give me one moment. Hell yeah, I have. Wait, is that it? Yeah, it is. I love this movie. This movie. Oh, man, dude. The music in this movie, instant mood setter. Puts me in the... It locks me in to watch that one. I think that, let me see, the German guy, he says like that poor people have, all right, I can't remember the line he says, but he's something about poor people not having as much of a right to opportunity as, you know, the rich guys do. And I said it in my analysis video, you know, the class struggle is all over the place, with all the juxtaposition between the dudes with the white gloves smoking their cigars in their little, you know, Scotch room. And if you guys are just tuning in now, I basically did like 2 hours of analysis of one battle after another. So the reason it's so difficult is because mass influx of immigrants from all parts of the world, right? And we just go, what do we do with all these people? Well, we'll just put them there. You know, and that's what you see in Godfather 1, Godfather 2, you know, in Once Upon a Time in New York. It's, you know, same kind of time period. Just massive amount of like people, or Gangs of New York as well. I mean, these are very fictional, historical kind of, you know, representations of history, but it gets you the sense of idea of just how many different types of people were coming into America. You know, when you've got like 3 groups of people and they all look relatively the same, but they all hate each other. We're like, what are we doing? You know, what are we doing? But it's good to see I've got such a young viewer watching. I don't know much about Brazil except that you've got something to do with Portugal. That's old history. And the only reason I know about that is because I'm studying Japanese history, and Japanese history there's an intersection with Portugal in about the 1500s. It's very, very, very massively monumental and important, which is what I'm going to be getting into later in my discussion, because my new project that I'm going to be working on, my new series of videos, I'm going to be doing a series of videos about Japanese history, and I'm going to use film as much as I can to explain everything there is to know about Japan and their history and their culture. Everything. Not everything, but like, you know, the major stuff. Why they are the way they are, why the country is the way that it is, how it got there. Explaining the culture, explaining the art, the history, the figures. You know, I think it'll be interesting. I'm going to go through the Ghibli films. I'm going to go through a lot of Kurosawa movies because he does a lot of period dramas, which are the Jidekaki, the samurai movies, you know. Mizoguchi, Harakiri as well. That's a great film that I am going to cover. But there's a lot of research. There's a lot of research. So that's why I got to start streaming, and streaming a lot, you know, because I can't get bogged down by this massive projects that I never end up getting out because they need to be perfect. but I need to speak. I need to get my voice out somehow. I need to say how I feel, you know? But I can't be spending a year on one video, you know? So what I plan to do is stream as much as I physically can, I guess. Let's see what this says. I need to figure out how this chat thing can make it bigger. So with the new Hollywood, what I wanted to do was 70s to the 80s, okay? So basically the 70s is the new Hollywood. You've got all the, you know, the anti-establishment kind of dark, you know, pretty political films, I would say, right? What's the first line of The Godfather? I believe in America, right? It's all dark, it's all moody, it's like just oozing corruption and you know, crime, right? So we go into the 80s, it's just action and a lot of, you know, pro-American kind of heroic stories, you know, stories where it's like there's a tone shift and franchises become a thing. That's another one too. And Hollywood and corporate Hollywood starts to become a thing, right? That's what the whole section of the Star Wars bit was about. How the Hollywood is becoming corporatized. But that was just the beginning of it, because the next video that I was going to do was about the indie movement in America, in Hollywood, basically, right? Your Tarantino, Spike Lee, PTA, you know, everyone who came out in the 90s, all the independent filmmakers and independent movies, you know, Reservoir Dogs, like Lost in Translation, just all ends of the spectrum, right? But when I started doing research and I started looking into these indie films and indie studios, I found out that half of them were indie until they weren't. Then some of them were created by the major studios to be indie studios, basically like a subdivision within their film studio to then make specifically mid to low budget range indie style films. This is like literally like what they would describe it as. And trying to track down, like if you think about the big five, what's the big five? You know, back in the day, if we're starting at the beginning of Hollywood, you got RKO, Fox, then there's Paramount, Universal, and then I don't know if United Artists was the fifth one or if I'm just forgetting another one. Whatever, right? But Fox. Now there's Fox Searchlight, Fox, you know, 20th Century Fox, 21st Century Fox, you know? And then it's like you hear everything about MGM and United Artists and how MGM and United Artists are dead and failed. Then I turn on a new movie and I see the MGM logo and the United Artists logo. So what is it? You know, I would get so lost in this corporate research. I am getting somewhere on that though, but that video will probably be a bit, I don't know. I need time on it. From the 80s to the 90s, it would have been the next step, and then I would have probably done a, you know, turn of the millennium or whatever, turn of the century, I guess, not millennium. I'm so stupid. even if it's a word that is a number, like millennium, which is like a word but not literally a number, it's referencing a number, I still mess it up because I'm so bad with numbers. If you were to tell me to write down 6-7, I would write down 7-6. Like, I would write down 7. I'd look back up at you and be like, 7? And what? So bad. But, one of the films I was going to use to cover this transition was I was looking into Ishtar. What other ones? Gremlins. I was looking into Gremlins. I'm like midway through the production, you know, on that. It's just a lot of, oh man, it was a lot of like bookkeeping, you know, like understanding like what's going on here, you know? Because if I go to let's see. Hope I'm not missing. If I'm missing chats, I'm so sorry. I will get better at this. New Hollywood Rise. Filmmakers, digital soundtrack, and images changing T1000. Digital domain. Talking about lower budgets. Oh yeah, Terminator 2, guys. Terminator 2. Indie film. Independent film. Not made by Universal. Distributed, but you know, that's how they trick you. I've been going to Universal Studios in Florida my whole life, and I thought that's a Universal franchise. They made that. Nope. At least not the best one. It's Carolco Pictures. This is who made it. But anyways, what I'm getting to is this is not what I want. Big companies, all expansion. Screenwriters, on the other hand, were generally paid less than the top actors or directors. Awesome. Okay, so remember how, you know, in the Heaven's Gate video, or in the criticism of Heaven's Gate, that it cost too much, you know, that you shouldn't be spending $44 million on a film like that. By 1999, the average cost of a blockbuster film was $60 million before marketing and production, which cost another $80 million. Like what? The whole point of my Heaven's Gate video was that Heaven's Gate didn't ruin Hollywood. Hollywood was ruining itself by being too capitalist. That's what it was. Unfortunately, that's what it was. They were too greedy. Always trying to go for the profit that is in the near future rather than what's greater for, you know, the bigger picture, for long period, for long term, right? But when I'm looking for something, though, I might have to go into the indie. New Hollywood. Jaws. Blockbuster. Where is the independent tag? So I can go to where I need to go. Where's my information? I'm getting upset. Might be in here. There, this is what I'm looking for. Column, font, text align, cover image, article layout. Oh my god. Okay. I don't know why this isn't blue. It's making me mad. It's making me mad. There we go. Okay. Guys, I found the information that I've spent 8,000 years trying to provide. Okay. The 1990s saw the rise and success of independent films not only through the film festival circuit, but at the box office as well, while established actors such as who cares? It's funny enough, they called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles from New Line. I mean, it did gross 100 million. You remember that? I remember the second Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie, the ooze one with all the green ooze. That was so nostalgic. Oh, I gotta. I can't read my comments. It's so small. I'm gonna get better at this, guys. I'm gonna get better at this. I promise. Oh, wait. Maybe if I grab my iPad, I can read the chat from there. I swear I'm not even that old. Oh, wow. Look at all these comments. Have you seen Once Upon a Time? Heaven's Gate is becoming day by day more relevant than ever. Yeah, sure. Will you still be doing a part 2 on the Hollywood Exchange? Eventually. I think the film that ended the new Hollywood movement was One from the Heart. It's not one that ended a new Hollywood. It's basically just like all of them all at once had a very negative effect on the market, especially when Ronald Reagan took office and we come into the 80s. Star Wars happens, and people are just tired of America being the way it is, kind of like right now. People are tired of all the fighting. People are tired of all the distrust in the government, you know, because basically what we're doing now with Venezuela, with Iran, with, you know, all this stuff that's going all over the world and us getting super involved, we were doing all of that in the 60s, all over basically the same regions. Slightly different, you know, Laos, Vietnam, you know, those sorts of areas. Philippines, East Asia, right? What were they thinking about? Oh, and they just wanted, you know, and then Star Wars came, and it was so universal. Star Wars was so universal and cool and new at the right time. You know, and not a lot of people knew what Dune was, like, in the mainstream. Like, it wasn't accessible as Star Wars was. You know, Star Wars was so accessible. Let me see what else. We also have to take into account that Titanic as well, over budget and beyond schedule, I believe. What was I gonna say? And it became like the highest grossing film of all time up until that point, you know? This is the most scuffed, like, stream setup ever. How do I get this channel up the off? There we go. No, that's not it. And then inflation, 45 minutes. Yeah, but you have to understand, Hollywood isn't a singular body that holds like capital, and it's not like a company. Hollywood isn't a company, and so Hollywood, like the idea of Hollywood dying or Hollywood failing is in itself not like. I use that in my title, not literally. I'm making fun of it because it's not true. The idea that, you know, cinema is dead isn't true, because there's always a good movie coming out. There's always new artists, new films. There's always new good shoe. Oh, am I back? Okay, I think I dropped some frames. There's always new good shit. Always new good films. Doesn't matter what decade, what year, ever since the beginning of film, there's always been new good movies, new good animations, new good plays, new good music. Like, come on. Come on. What I will admit, though, is that mediocrity is so prevalent in the industry and in all of our TVs, you know, because like I said earlier, capitalism demands convenience in order to push the margins, right? In order to make that green arrow keep going up, you got to make this process as convenient and as, how do I say, surefire as possible. That this film you're going to dump in millions of dollars to is going to be a guaranteed success. Now, as films get bigger and bigger and budgets get bigger and bigger, from 44,000 or 45 million, the cost of Heaven's Gate is. But it's also like, by doing inflation, we also have to understand like why inflation has happened over the years as well. You know, that also has to take into account, which isn't Heaven's Gate's fault or One from the Heart's fault. Now, I haven't seen Ones from the Heart as a full film. I've seen clips of it, you know, because I think it's a romance film, and I was like, I don't know. But how do you feel about Netflix buying Warner Bros? I hate that. I hate that. That was part of what made the next new Hollywood video so difficult to make. Was just every corporation, all these major corporations buying and consuming. Yeah, I didn't even get to read this. Buying and consuming all of the other like studios. And at first it was just the indie studios, and now it's everything. United States. Miramax had a strong string of hits. And then so is Miramax and New Line Cinema, inside of big companies looking to cash in. You see, look, like putting Miramax and New Line Cinema in the sights of big companies looking to cash in on the success of independent studios. In 1993, Disney bought Miramax for $60 million. I don't think any of them should buy any of them. Just Paramount should own Paramount. Warner Bros. Should own Warner Bros. Stay in your lane. Why do we gotta eat and consume each other? You know, that's what I never understood. Turner Broadcasting, in a $1 billion deal, acquired New Line, Fine Line Features, and Castle Rock Entertainment. The acquisition proved to be a good move, as New Line... You see, when I'm doing my research and I get to this section of the timeline and it starts talking about acquisitions and good business moves, and no longer about, like, you know, the the virtues of the filmmaking and the virtues of the artists that came out during this period, and how they pushed the medium. It just became more about, oh, this person bought that, and they went with this, and this executive went there. And by the early 2000s, oh, look here. Let me drink some water. Give me 1 second. By the early 2000s, Hollywood was producing 3 different classes of film. 1 big budget blockbuster, 2 art films, specialty and niche market films produced by the conglomerate-owned indies, and 3 genre and specialty films coming from true indie studios and producers. So, the blockbuster would be your, I don't know, Phantom Menace, I guess, Star Wars prequels. Your, what's another big, Spider-Man 1, 2, and 3, right? Then the art films would be like, I'm trying to think. It'd basically be the kind of films that you see A24 making, but like before A24 was a thing, Like First Reformed, right? First Reformed is that. But this is a while ago. This was just insane to read. This was like insane to read, and it took like years to process like what this even meant. Like, all of this just sounds insane to read. The superior products were the large budget blockbusters and high cost star vehicles marketed by the 6 major studio producer distributors. Budgets on the major studios' pictures averaged $100 million. Like, I don't know, man. The joy is just gone. I mean, they basically are. They basically are. If, if they just stay as they are, right? Because think about it like this. Think about it from my perspective. Why would you need to grow any more than you already are at being A24? Now, I don't know what's going on in their financial. I'm not a stock guy, so I might be stupid here, but everyone knows A24. They're like, in terms of film goers, everyone loves them. Everyone thinks that they make all the coolest indie movies. They have a great reputation. They have great filmmakers under their belt. Some of the greatest like new directors of this, I guess, newest generation. Robert Eggers, Ari Aster. What's another one I'm thinking of? There's a third one I can't remember right now. Neon too. Neon's another great studio for that. But you see, like, it's great to have both Neon existing on its own independently, doing its own thing, as well as A24 existing independently and doing its own thing and funding its own films, right? And they never need to be bought by a bigger corporation to be merged under one. We don't need those libraries to be under one umbrella. Like, this isn't a collection for some big billionaire to have. This is art, man. And like, films need to be funded properly and produced properly, and they're not. And that's why we get so many like just films, you know, just like, well, that was all right. It was entertaining. You know, that's like the thing I hear the most. We were entertained. I mean, we get entertained by we get entertained by the Instagram, TikTok 30-second videos. I don't think that's enough anymore, you know? But I love A24. I do love what is it? Neon. Neon's great. If you haven't seen like what Neon's done, I think they did to 10. See what Neon's done. Parasite to 10, Triangle of Sadness, Anatomy of. They're like A24, but more international, right? You got more international independent films. They bring over the big. It's like they bring over the biggest like movies from the international market over to, you know, us Ameroids. America, land of the free. I love all these movies, except this one. I haven't seen this one. What's this? It was just an accident. Is this? It's the Iran film. I haven't seen that one yet. Parasite, excellent. 10 out of 10. Come on. To 10. It was an interesting movie. I don't normally. These types of movies, I don't normally like reciprocate the vibes. Like, I don't. It's not usually for me. But this one was kind of hype. She fucks a car, and there's firefighters in it, and they're kind of assholes, and I don't know, it hits a little close to home, let's just say. Oh, I loved it. This one was pretty good. And there's a new movie coming out by Sam Raimi, who's most people know him from the Spider-Man films, Spider-Man 1, 2, and 3. He also did Drag Me to Hell. He's doing a new movie kind of similar to Triangle of Sadness, but it's like this boss and this office like assistant get stranded in like the middle of an island, and they have to like survive, and she's like some crazy lady, and I don't know, it looks sick as hell. Anatomy of a Fall. Great movie. Not for me. Like, everything's there technically, it's all there, it's all great. It just didn't hit for me. What the outcome is of this, if you don't know what the movie's about, it's like a murder mystery, you know. How did this person die? Who did it? And trying to use as best forensic evidence and he said, she said as we can, because it's like a house and there's not a lot of cameras, and, you know, it's an incident that happens so quickly and so mysteriously, and nobody knows and nobody saw it. But let me see what I wrote. I feel like I wrote a Letterboxd review on this. Come on. Reviews. I don't write great reviews. I don't write great reviews on what do you call this? Letterboxd? I don't write great Letterboxd reviews. Here we go. while all the performances were amazing, we can never truly know exactly what happened and can only speculate due to there being no incriminating evidence. All you would have to do is prove a reasonable doubt, not that she didn't do it, but you just can't prove that she did. Right. So it's like you can't prove that she didn't do it, but you can't prove that she did. Something like that. She could be a bad wife and an absent mother, but that doesn't make her a murderer. There are many selfish people in the world who don't kill. All you can do is speculate. So in this movie, they kind of do the same thing that our government has been trying to do with this ICE shooting, where they're basically like, you know, it's a family, mother, father, son. Father ends up dead. And this is like right after a big argument between the mother and the father. So it's like, well, the mother killed him. But nobody saw it. And she says she didn't. So there's like a whole court case. But basically, like, you know, by trying to convict her and paint her as the guilty one, they have to smear her character and paint her as this like angry and violent, woman, this angry, violent person that would lash out at any moment. Very similar to how, our administration is talking about just some random protesting lady. Loud movie, me like. Not really, honestly. I'm sure if I rewatch this would probably drop to a 3. Because, again, I gotta make a video about this, or maybe I'll talk about it in another stream. Because, like, I feel like the New Hollywood era of New Hollywood had a lot of anti-establishment, a lot of films that I would call, you know, activist in nature, like, social critique, uh, capitalist critique, culture critique, that not only are able to showcase and express amazing characters, depth, culture, history, and I'm talking Taxi Driver, I'm talking Dog Day Afternoon, I'm talking The Godfather, all the greats, right? Where's my water? Oh. There's all these greatest anti-establishment films because everyone's so fed up with the government because they've been doing by like 1974, 1975, because I believe 75 is when we pull out of Saigon, which is the end of the Vietnam War for us. People at the time were so imagine how fed up we are with our government, whether you're on the right or the left. Just imagine that. Well, we were literally at war, literally with troops over there dying and getting high and shooting each other every now and then too, if you've seen Platoon. Like, you couldn't, and then of course, at the same time, all of this stuff is being filmed and being shown live on TV. All like, the media would send like some crazy guy there with a camera, and he would just basically live stream this stuff. What's interesting about Cimino is that he was influenced by Leo Tolstoy, John Ford. Yeah, he loved John Ford. I mean, they all did. Visconti, Kurosawa, they all were inspired by Kurosawa. Sam Peckinpah, which one did he do? I've seen one of his films. I just gotta jog the memories. Oh, yeah, Wild Bunch. Yeah, I also saw Straw Dogs. This another movie, very much like One Battle After Another, where like I read the summary and I'm like, okay, that sounds dark, but for a purpose, it could be interesting. David Sumner, a mild-mannered academic from the United States, marries Amy, an Englishwoman. In order to escape a hectic stateside lifestyle, David and his wife relocate to the small town in a rural Cornwall where Amy was raised. There, David is ostracized by the brutish men of the village, including Amy's old flame, Charlie. I don't know. It felt like oh, that's sick. And make a cameo. That's sick. But I do like the Wild Bunch. I just feel like Hoffman made this weird. But he's a cool guy. Looked cool, but I haven't gotten around to it yet. So many films to watch. Anyways, what was I even doing? I guess I was talking about my update. So, I will be streaming more. There's going to be a series of videos on Japanese history, and it's going to be just like the Heaven's Gate video, just like the new Hollywood videos. It's going to be even better than those. It's going to be even better, hopefully. Why am I promising anything? What am I doing? What am I doing? Don't believe me. But subscribe, please. But I will be streaming more. I feel like I'm forgetting one more thing. I will, if I'm repeating the same things over and over again, excuse me. But I'm gonna be bringing back my Patreon, and it's gonna have tons of cool rewards and stuff, and cool things like private Discord, my notes. I got extensive notes. I got so much notes. I can make a book with all the notes I got. I had to start using graphs for how much information I have for for all of these storylines that I'm working on. But yeah, I don't know. I just think like there's such a great untapped well of potential in Japanese cinema that I don't feel like I see a lot of people talk about. And there's a lot about Japanese history I see a lot of people don't, not that they don't understand, but rather misunderstand, because of you would need hundreds of years of context, of historical context, you know, from basically when the empire started doing what's called insei, which is cloistered rule, where basically, if you could imagine our president retiring, okay, transitioning the power to the next president, then retiring to, let's just say, Mar-a-Lago, and then holding actual power in Mar-a-Lago, while in fact the new president in DC is just a puppet, which is his son, right? This is like 1100. This is like 1100. And that's basically, that started the rise of the samurai and the provincial warrior. Because as the imperial court got so obsessed with art and basically governing just the imperial core, just the imperial court, Kyoto, and you know, the capital. They left all the rest of the country that they had conquered and put under their military tent as basically just left undefended, right? So what these landowners decided to do, the people who owned these lands for the emperor, started to hire mercenaries, these skilled mercenaries. But what changed everything was the battle with the Emishi people. The Emishi people kind of cooked the Yamato people, which is the indigenous Japanese people. I'm like rushing through so much history right now. You see, like, this is why I gotta make a video. This is why I gotta make a video. Do I still got my Brazilian chatter in here? You got any Brazilian films, Brazilian filmmakers you want to recommend me? I don't know nothing about Brazil. All I know is that there's that one movie called Brazil, but it's made by what's his name? Why can't I can't ever do name recall on anything. I swear to God. Every time I'm like, what's the name of that movie? What's the name of that movie? Honora, by the way, was phenomenal. This one, it's Gillian. What is it? Terry Gilliam. I was thinking Tim Gillian. Terry Gilliam. Yeah, he's in like the beginning of one of my videos. I gotta watch this movie. But I don't know if it has anything to do with, like, I'm pretty sure it has nothing to do with the real Brazil. But I don't know. Oh wait, I'm on camera. Yeah, he's crazy. He's crazy, from what I remember. Because he also got the boot. He got the what I like to call the Orson Welles treatment. Monty Python films. Oh, I love Monty Python. Other directing credits. He directed Fear and Loathing? Interesting. The Imaginarium of Dr. Parnassus. That looks silly. Whoa, what's this? The only Monty Python member not born in Britain, Gilliam became a naturalized British citizen in 1968 and formally renounced. Hey, yo. Let me get that. Let me get that. I mean, not to Britain, but let me get on that. Let me get out of here. It's crazy here. I love this picture. What is this? That's funny. In the 90s, Gilliam directed a trilogy of Americana. Oh, he did 12 Monkeys as well? Wow, I need to catch up. following the failure of the man who killed Don Quixote, J.K. Rowling, author of the Harry Potter series and a fan of Gilliam's work, advocated for him. Whoa, advocated for him to direct Harry Potter. That would have been weird. That would have been interesting. Dude, I could just sit on this I could sit on the internet all day and just learn. You know, I mean, I know I'm looking at freaking Wikipedia right now, but this is the starting point, right? This is cracking the egg, you know? You crack the egg and then you go in and get some books. I don't really got a lot of like specific books on me right now, you know. Well, you just got to get some books, you know. The Reservoir Dogs is an interesting story because it goes along with what I wanted to cover in my let's just say part 2 to the New Hollywood video, right? Let's just call it that. The 90s, you know, the 90s. I'm just going to say the 90s in Hollywood. Because Sundance became a thing in America. Sundance started by Robert Redford, rest in peace. And he started this conservatory where if it wasn't for the conservatory and, you know, Quentin Tarantino being invited there to work out Reservoir Dogs, then it wouldn't have been a thing. And I know there were a lot of people who were around at that time in that space who were like, this is a hit. This is a hit. So I could believe that Terry was one of them. They were all kind of close-knit, all kind of like, you know, hyping each other up. Oh boy. I was getting at something. Oh, you know, I feel like I was talking about Oppenheimer like 18,000 years ago, and I was trying to talk about like how I've got such bad ADHD, guys. Just bear with me. But how there isn't just a lot of anti-establishment, like truly anti-establishment that hit home, you know, like they used to in like the 70s or the 80s still too. You know, in the 80s you have King of Comedy, you have The Thing, because I still think that's somewhat political because it's about, you know, paranoia and not being able to trust, you know, everyone around you and sort of the consensus, and by consensus being a surrogate for the system or society, right? You know, putting such a pressure and fear and not being able to trust, like it's all about trust and deception and paranoia. Like it's inherently political because it's how we operate within the political sphere ourselves. You know, people in the political sphere are incredibly paranoid people. Oh, I got Jaws. I got Jaws right here. Look at how piss yellow the cover, the not cover, but the pages are. It's old book. It's an old book. I promise you, it came in the mail like that. The reaction in Brazil after the release of Oppenheimer, not a bomb, as like the worst movie ever, and Barbie as considered the best. They didn't like it in Brazil. You know, for me, Oppenheimer was like, as a film, it's a good movie, but I just don't understand the purpose. I just don't understand the point. I don't understand what we learn from exploring Oppenheimer. And I don't the only thing I really liked from Oppenheimer were the like interrogation scenes where they were going really hard on like the McCarthyism, like, are you a suspected communism? Are you a communist? Do you bleed red? You know? Are you a commie? You know, when they're doing that stuff in the in the interrogation room, that stuff I was eating up. But like all of the whole, oh man, dude, I made a bomb and I'm sad about it. I know I'm paraphrasing immensely, you know, but that's what it felt like. And like I just feel like we got more people that are more important to cover in that instance than the guy who did the thing. Cuz really what analysis other than his own analysis, the creator of the bomb, I am become death, destroyer of worlds. Indeed you have. You did it. Congrats. It feels like a little bit of a like a dark circle jerk almost. Like look at look at how destructive we are. But in almost like a like they like there's a sense of awe in it. AWE, awe, you know? It admits that the bomb is immoral, but it still approaches it as if it's something important. I don't know, like it certainly changed history forever, but like I just see the bomb as inherently ultra evil and should have never been dropped, you know? So like this whole movie for me doesn't work from the get-go. And I did also like Barbie more as well. I mean, it was just more entertaining. Also, Ryan Gosling in that movie was really freaking funny. He's like wearing the cowboy hat and he's like trying to be like a I don't know. He's just going off on about like being a man or something. It was really funny. Because people here hated because it's 3 hours. Yeah, it's a long movie, and trust me, as a guy who likes long movies, it's didn't feel like it was worth. I can't wait to see James Cameron do his. Let me see, do his film on the guy who survived both bombs. Oh, is that what he's working on? I don't know. Let me see. I'd love to see James Cameron direct another movie that's not Avatar. Is he France? Is he French? Oh, Canadian. I didn't know that. The more you know. Dude, this guy, James Cameron, how do you, like, a decade apart, make the highest grossing film of all time that in each instance is an original IP and some use of groundbreaking, technology in terms of the filmmaking, whether it's the large, gigantic boat set that they used for that sounds familiar. That book sounds familiar. I really want to go to Hiroshima. I've been to Japan before. I've been twice, but I haven't been that south. I really want to go. I'm gonna look that book up in a second. But Titanic and what's it called? Avatar, the first one. Just talking about these two just for a second, right? Highest grossing film each time. 10 years apart. One's a sci-fi film, one's a love story, drama, romance, disaster film, historical epic. Both 3 hours long. How, like, most people think we'll see a 3-hour movie like Oppenheimer and be like, okay, that's a long one, even though they'll sit there and watch 3 hours of Instagram reels, and yet they were highest grossing. Like, how does, and they're good movies. They're good movies, That's what blows my mind. And then you get to Terminator 2, and Terminator 2, I've seen it recently within like the last few months. It's still a blockbuster, right? Like, fundamentally, The Godfather 1 and 2 is on a caliber in terms of its nuance and depth, style, and in a degree closeness to perfection. Godfather 1 and 2 are on a caliber higher in terms of what they're trying to accomplish and what kind of film they are. But Terminator 2 is so goddamn good and genuinely poignant at certain points, whether it be the relationship between, what's her name? The mother and the robot. What's her goddamn name? You see, I can't do it. I can't do name recall. Where the hell is it? Sarah Connor. That's what it was. The most common event here, Brazil, is Titanic being shown on TV. Yeah, Titanic's big popular. I remember the first time I saw Titanic was on like a DVD player. I don't know how old you are, Chatter, but back then we had like, oh my god, 2005. I don't know. I can't type. One of these things. This is how I first saw like the Titanic. Dude, David Lynch would have my neck. He would scalp me. You're gonna watch it on your fucking telephone? I mean, it was like big, you know. But yeah. Oh, this looks super familiar. We go on road trips. We go on road trips. And I sit in the car and it would get hot on my lap. Oh yeah. And it still hooked me. Even on that stupid little screen, it's still like the Titanic was still good. It was still I was still like engrossed. I was still engaged, immersed, you know. That's a good director. That's a good storyteller. I love James Cameron. I haven't loved everything he's done most recently. Let me look up that book. I haven't like I don't know, what was it? Avatar 2 was very forgettable. You know, but no filmmaker is perfect. Alrighty. Based on forensic archaeology and survivor interviews. Yes, yes. Examines the devastating human impact of atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I wonder, is this going to be like a documentary? Or is it going to be a film? I'm trying to figure out what. Where's the book? Is it a new book? Well, I'll do more research into it later. Because if I start looking up books, I'm just going to be like, ooh, I want that book. 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 And then I got like 40 books to read. But yeah. What was I saying? There's one thing about the atomic bombs that like really, really haunts me. And, you know, I saw it in this documentary that I highly recommend if anyone wants to know anything about the US history, like the real US history. Untold, that's what it was. This is a great jumping off point to start learning about the real American history and why we do everything we do now, why America does anything like this. This is a great jumping off point that's entertaining and not just like information. You know, it's like really cool. It's so well paced. It's all narrated by Oliver Stone. You know, it's a great initial standing like jumping off point. you know, it was one of the first things that kind of woke me up to, like, you know, what the fuck's going on in the world and how we got here, you know? So, like, this is kind of what I want to do, but for Japan, you know? I want to go back and see, I guess not how we got here, but they got to where they are and how we played a role in that. I'm tired. I'm tired. Oh, let's see. I don't know. Wait, I don't know if you know, but USA support all dictatorships in South America. Yep. 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 If there's a government that's out there in South America saying, "Hey, we want to do stuff for our people," America's like, "No. No. Those are my resources. That's my oil. Those mountains that you live on, those are my mountains. I'm America. Big America." Oh, God. What are we doing? But yeah, this is a great one. And the Ken Burns documentary on Vietnam is, like, I think a seminal work on the Vietnam War from both the American and the Viet Cong perspective. It still has like a Western slant to it, but it is very accurate. It is very, you know, there's lots of interviews and perspectives from both sides, and from a perspective on both sides where they both know that the war was pointless and never should have been fought for in the first place. Like, America ain't never should have been there in the first place. Oh, last one. The three great documentaries to understand America's past, present, and modern. I don't know. There's like a middle point I'm trying to think of, like the past and the present, right? And it's the Untold History of the United States by Roger Stone. The what's the freaking second one I just mentioned? The Ken Burns documentary on Vietnam. And the last one is, God darn it. I'm so tired. Oh, the Turning Point, 9/11 Turning Point on Netflix. This documentary is perfect. Like, the war on terror, how 9/11 happened, before it happened, like, basically everything about how we let it happen and let it spiral out of control, used it for our own advantage, lied, like we're doing the whole, because now what everyone's talking about is everyone's bringing up events from this time period when we were saying Saddam Hussein has weapons of mass destruction, we got to go to Iraq. Mr. Obama, we got to go to Iraq. You know? Well, not Mr. Obama, it's Bush. Great documentary. Yeah, I'm going to end the stream. Did I say everything? Did I update the channel? I'm so tired. It's been hard for me, and the reason I've been gone for so long is because, like, I built up this crazy like stress and fear of not posting a video and not being able to finish any of the projects that I was working on, that the time since the last time I posted kept growing and growing, and that weight just grew on my shoulder and my shoulder. I couldn't look at comments anymore. I couldn't look at nothing anymore. But like, I just got to push past that. I just got to start streaming. I just got to start posting. I'm going to take this up. I'm going to chop it up, throw it up on different platforms. I will be posting more information and have more to tell you guys. The next time I'm streaming, probably maybe tonight, Monday night, if I'm not too tired. I got to not take breaks. I got to be constant with this. You know, I got to make it like it's normal, so I get better at it. It's like a muscle. I gotta work it out. Chimino after Heaven's Gate. What I would need from that is the thing about Chimino and Heaven's Gate is I reached like an information wall, right? I need to know what happens to him personally as much as I can infer off of, you know, what's readily available, you know, without, I don't know, doing anything heinous or not that I would do anything heinous, but like, you know, I'm not going to be stealing information. But you know, I'm from what I remember back when I was doing my research, the person who worked very closely with him and was a partner but not lover, Joanne Corelli. You can't even see the poster, but she's like was impossible to find. Nobody knows anything about her. I believe she passed away. You know, like, and Chimino passed away in 2016. And the most I could find was like I need to do more research into, because it's very interesting about how, like, because Heaven's Gate is such a masterpiece, and you know, something similar has happened to other artists too, like Orson Welles, where they, and the guy who has like the Hitler mustache, but he's not, Charlie Chaplin. You know, these auteur directors who are like a tour de force within themselves. Okay, I think I'm back. And then the studio just chews them up and spits them out, you know? Like in the last like few years of Orson Welles' life, he's living in Peter Bogdanovich's like room, like his like guest room. You know, completely like homeless or almost home. I forget if he's homeless or not, or if I don't think he can afford to live anywhere because he's trying to make this one movie, and then he goes to France to try to make it, and then the funding gets stuck in France or something. And it's just like nobody wants to help him, and you know, because he got blacklisted, I think, during the the McCarthy trials or something. So I did want to get into that, you know. Another one is Woody Allen, but for another reason, you know. And it's basically like how, like, when these artists have like reached their zenith, like their peak, what is it within them? What's causing them to, I guess, to put it simply, you know, crash out in their own individual ways, and whether it's their fault or not, you know, whether it's brought upon them by other third parties or whether they brought it upon themselves. Because what I will say about, I haven't seen Desperate Hours in a very long time, since like I started editing those videos, because I only saw it once. But I did see what's the dragon one he did? It's not Enter the Dragon. That's the stupid action film. Not that it's stupid. I'm just something. The Year of the Dragon. It's Year of the Dragon. The Year of the Dragon is a movie that is, the message is so plainly clear. And the message in that movie is fuck you media. The news, the paparazzi, the like, I don't know, the vultures, like the way the media, like he's just like, I feel like he took out all of the resentment that he had towards what the media did to Heaven's Gate, because it was the media that made Heaven's Gate fail. They actively made it fail. They didn't fund it. They didn't fund the promotion enough. They marketed it terribly. It was, and then they dropped it immediately too. The second it premiered, they just started shitting on it. The producers were like, "Fuck this movie. I don't want to even be associated with it." And when your producers are doing that, of course, no one's gonna want to go see it. Your producers have to be like, "No, it's the greatest movie ever made. It's the greatest movie ever made. I put my everything on the line to make this movie. This is why I almost died to make this movie." That's what you need to be saying. Not, "Oh, well, I didn't like it because, Like, you put $44 million. What do you mean you're unhappy with it? What are you talking about? At a certain point, you hired an artist to trust him to make something artistic. The guy made The Deer Hunter beforehand. And also, like, he made The Deer Hunter, wins the Oscar. This is like third film. Wins the Oscar for Best Director, Best Picture. Did De Niro win Best Acting? It was just tons. I think he. No, maybe. I can't remember. I know Christopher Walken won too. I think he won. Tons of nominations, tons of awards. The night of that Oscars event, he's working on Heaven's Gate. He's working in the hotel on Heaven's Gate already. He went into Heaven's Gate production immediately after. Immediately after. And what's so funny to me is that the Heaven's Gate story quite literally comes from him researching barbed wire. Just like a simple thing like that. Because he's like, why do we have barbed wire? For what? What are we doing? What's it for? What's it doing? Well, it's to section off my land from your land. Why? And what the real story behind that is, and how land gets appropriated and stolen and given to the wealthy. 2 hours and 30 minutes. That's basically 3 hours, right? I think I still have it too. Desperate Hours. I have all the Cimino films still from when I was editing those movies, so I gotta watch it eventually. But Enter the Year of the Dragon's a good film, but it's definitely, you can totally tell that it's him lashing out very aggressively towards the media in general and the way they approach stories and how they twist them for the easiest sort of headline. And just the way that the female reporter gets like attacked is just like the way Mickey Rourke like treats her. I don't know. It just felt like Cimino personally lashing out. But that movie still held up, artistically so. Like, it lacked the depth and care because there wasn't any empathy in the filmmaking, and it shows. It is more curt. It is more abrupt, more not abrupt, but more, what's it called when you're like in someone's face? I don't know. We don't sit with the characters enough. There isn't much to, because there's just, it's just a lot of anger and a lot of like hatred, and just a lot of violence, right? It's Heaven's Gate without the empathy. It's Heaven's Gate without the nuance. And I do like it. It's an entertaining film. It is more less to it's a valuable film, not so much because it says something about society or racism or violence, crime, the media even, but more so its value comes from the specific opinions of the director and how he feels about the media. Like, as a vehicle to express his voice and opinion. That's what I feel like that's the value that film brings. I gotta watch Desperate Hours. Let me see what Desperate Hours is about. I remember it was like in a house. That's all I remember. It was like in a suburban house. It's like all I remember. There's the house. The White House. Remake of the same name. I was also going to cover like one of the films that Cimino never ended up making. What's it called? The Anne Rind book. The Fountainhead. But I didn't agree with the message of that book, and I was kind of glad that Cimino didn't get to make that, because I don't think it would have worked out. Excuse me. Let's see, what's this about? Cole wrote the script based on a treatment by Lawrence Connor. And okay, Cimino was not credited in the writer. Mickey Rourke, Hopkins. Mark Cimino's third revelation of Rourke. I forget that he's in Heaven's Gate as well. What's this about? Summarize this. Come on, AI, lie to me. In Utah, defense lawyer Nancy Briers aids her client, sociopathic convict Michael Bosworth, in escaping custody by smuggling him a gun. Bosworth. What? Defense lawyer aids her client in escaping by smuggling him a gun. His brother and partner go on the run, taking refuge in Cornell family's home, unaware that agent Brenda Chandler is onto Nancy's deceit. This sounds like I'm reading this. Maybe I'm tired, but none of this is sticking in my head. Like, I'm reading this and none of it is retaining. The original Broadway production. Ooh, that's interesting. Yeah, see, it's strange for Cimino, who uses spectacle as like the page for his words, right? The 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 frame is like the page, and he uses a big page to craft, like he uses this grand frame to put you right into the, to get you, what's the word that people use for gaming? It's like I'm in the world, like I'm immersed, you're immersed in the setting, in the time period. You get that with Thunderbolt and Lightfoot, you get that with the Deer Hunter, and you get that with Heaven's Gate. So trapping them in this little room, I don't know. Or rather making it a production, like a Broadway thing. That's like, I mean, filmmakers can always try new things, but that's definitely out of their wheelhouse. So like post Heaven's Gate, what work can you get? Post Year of the Dragon, what work can you get? Same thing for Francis Ford Coppola, post One Heart, One Flew from the Heart, and so on. Okay, I get this. I get how streaming, like I get how people can just fucking yap and yap and yap for streaming. Like look at this, 4 hours. 4 hours. I haven't even talked about everything I want to talk about. But if you guys keep tuning into streams and keep asking me about stuff, this stream might be the video itself. But like for streams where I'm gonna come in and talk about something specific next time, I'm gonna come in way more prepared. With all the information at the ready. I just had to get a stream off, just so I could know that I could do it, because I've been so scared. David Lean, Lawrence of Arabia. Yes. Oh my God. I feel like I was also researching into him too. Yeah. There's another one that I was looking at. Another one, back when I was doing notes for Heaven's Gate and stuff, taking information down, just learning about other people, who've gone through similar things. Because every time I'm doing research and I'm like looking at something like this, and I'm like, oh, Mutiny on the Bounty? What's that? Clicks this open. John Adams? Who's that? Douglas, Isle of Man? Let's see. Hackney? What's that? And that's how that's how I get started. And then eventually I'll end up here when I started looking at, I don't know, shelving units or something. Or like I get so lost in the little mouse hole, or whatever you call it. Not a, what is it? Rabbit hole. I say mouse hole. I will say everything wrong. That's why I get so scared of streaming, because like, what if I say the wrong thing and look like a dummy, look like an idiot? Okay, last thing I want to say before I really tune out is I saw reviews. this movie, Marty Supreme. Follow me on here, by the way. But good movie. Just I don't know. It just like all the filmmaking was there, the acting was there, the music was there, all the music was there. The music was so good. Where is he? Let me go to the crew. Casting. Makeup. Where is it? There, composer Daniel Lopatin. Oh man, the music was so good. He's the same guy who did the music for Uncut Gems. So good, so good. It's got like if you've ever seen the animated film Akira from the 80s, late 80s, and Uncut Gems, you know, it's got that kind of music. It's really good. But the characters, I hate all the characters. Every character in this movie, I don't care about. I don't care. They're just pieces of shit. They're all just pieces of shit. Almost every one of them is just a piece of shit. And the only ones who are like redeemable really are just like just normal people who are just like Tyler the Creator character. Tyler the Creator's character isn't an asshole or isn't a dick. He's not a bad person. But he's not like a good person. And it's not that I need him to be a good person. But I don't really know anything about him, or I don't really... He's there and then he's gone. Spoilers. I don't know. It feels very nihilist. It feels very black-pilled from like a observational level in terms of how all of the characters are depicted. Like, I don't feel like any one of them has a redeemable quality. They're all like cheating and lying to each other. And like, I get that's the point, but it's just like not enjoyable to watch or experience, especially when you're kind of already getting what's being given to you. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. But that's my initial first time viewing experience. Like for me, Uncut Gems makes more sense to have that sort of nihilistic ending because there's a greater sense of urgency. You know, Adam Sandler has to win back this money in this never-ending game of gambling and betting and high-stakes betting to a point where it gets so dangerous that like a life is lost, you know? And that tracks to real life, you know, that tracks. I'm gonna look this up right now. I've heard of City of God as well. That's another popular one from, or well-known film. Bingo. Wait, did I spell that right? The Mornings. Oh, yeah. Brazilian television exploding in color and auditorium programs not so politically correct. In the middle of this fervor, Augusto Mendes, a young rising actor, seeks his place in the sun. From prawn studios to soap operas, he finally finds success and fame when he becomes Bingo. That's funny. Behind the rice powder and red nose, nobody knows who he is. That's interesting. because he goes from porn to doing like a clown where it's like he's, addressing a younger audience basically, but it's entertainment. He's doing a job. That's interesting. I'm gonna watch that. No spoilers. Bingo sounds better. I like that. Bozo is, I don't know. Bozo's been ruined for me. Bingo. Bingo. Also, I loved whatever's going on here. That's funny. Interesting. Housekeeping. I haven't touched my watch. I'm so bad at this. This has been on my watch list for so long. Oh, look. I did not lie. I did not finish it, so it's not watched. What am I doing? I need to go to sleep. I'm so tired. All right, this stream was a hectic mess for me. I'll be live soon. I hope everyone has epic time. Oh, let me see. How do I say?
Boa noite.
Oh, that almost sounds like Russian. Boa noite. Because in Russian it's
Спокойной ночи.
No, okay, no, it's supposed to be доброй ночи. Okay? Доброй ночи. I don't know what the hell this is, but that's what it sounded like. Anyways. Good night.